Good morning, y'all. This is day 4 of the trial of the Ahmaud Arbery trial. Okay, day 4. Let's see, let me update y'all real quick. Come on, man. All right. All right. Hope y'all enjoy it. Peace. Make sure. I'm gonna look at First Coast. I'm here early today.
Keeping the court open on Veterans Day and moving forward on that day with testimony. Now, I do know that some, and obviously for good reasons, do pay respects or do other things on Veterans Day. So what I'd like to know from you, and you can go ahead, you don't need to tell me now, but send me a note if there's an issue that you have on Veterans Day, and I'll go ahead and see if I can get that addressed and make sure I understand exactly what that need is. But at this point, for planning purposes, do plan to be in court on Veterans Day. Okay. So again, if you need to get a note to me, you're welcome to do so. But with that, that's all the housekeeping I've got for this morning. We are ready to proceed with the evidence, as I understand. Again, I want to thank you for being here with us in Glenn County and in the Superior Court. State ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, the state's ready. At this time, the state will call Detective Roderick Nohilly.
Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do. Go ahead, have a seat.
All right, Detective, please state your name and spell it for the record.
Roderick Nohilly, Roderic, last name Nohilly.
All right, Detective Nohilly, how are you currently employed?
I'm a sergeant on patrol at the Glenn County Police Department.
And how long have you been with the Glenn County Police Department?
For 16 years.
And your entire time in law enforcement, has it been with the Glenn County Police Department?
No. I worked for Brunswick Police Department beforehand for about 3.5 years.
So you're coming up on 20 years.
I am.
All right. And are you currently a post-certified law enforcement officer?
I am.
And you're a sergeant over patrol, so what do you do now?
I supervise a patrol shift. Yeah.
And those the officers who drive around the cars?
Yes.
All right. Do you drive around in a car?
I drive around in a car, yes.
All right. Do you respond to 911 calls?
I do.
Are you assigned to any particular baker?
No.
You're over all of them?
Yes.
All right. So at any point in time with your tenure in Glenn County, have you been assigned to CID or in any capacity investigating things like homicides, armed robberies, and things like that?
Yes, I was assigned as a criminal investigator in the Criminal Investigation Division.
And when was that?
The first time from 2010 to around 2014, and the second from 2018 to a few months ago, well, beginning of this year.
Beginning of 2021.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. All right. So I'm going to direct your attention specifically to February 23rd, 2020, in the evening at the Glenn County Police Department headquarters. Were you present there at that time?
Yes.
All right. So what we're going to talk about specifically is an interview with Greg McMichael, okay?
Yes.
All right. Now, you're not the one who conducted the initial interview with Greg McMichael, did you?
No.
All right. You then became involved because you stopped by?
Yes.
Why'd you stop by?
I was standing by while someone else was doing a statement form. I was just waiting.
And did you know Greg McMichael prior to February 23rd of 2020?
I did.
Tell the jury how you knew Greg McMichael prior to February 23rd, 2020.
I knew him as one of the investigators at our DA's office here. He would come to our station, deliver subpoenas here and there, and I would talk to him. I knew him professionally.
And how long had you known him professionally?
Since at least 2005.
Okay. So, any personal relationship, like out to dinner or anything like that?
No.
So, when you stopped by, was he still in the interview room and was the recording still going?
Yes, it was. And yes, he was.
Sorry, that was a bad question. So, he was still in the interview room?
Yes, he was.
And you stopped by to talk to him?
Yes.
Did he agree to speak with you freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Okay. And what was kind of the nature or tone of the conversation you had with him?
We were just talking about what happened. You know, he was telling me what happened.
All right, so I'm going to hand you what has already been marked and admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 225A. All right. Prior to coming to court today, have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 225A, the transcript of the interview with Greg McMichael?
I have.
All right. And I'm going to direct your attention at this time specifically to page 59 of that transcript. All right?
Okay.
All right. Now, I'm going to have you specifically give the jury the quotes from your conversation with him starting at line 2. What did you ask Greg McMichael?
What's his name? The one who owns this house.
Now, when you say the one who owns this house, what house are you referring to?
The house that was under construction a few doors down from his home.
Okay. And what was his answer to you?
I have no idea. Never met him. Never met him.
Okay. What is the next question that you asked Greg McMichael?
Did this guy break into a house today?
And what did Greg McMichael say in response from line 8 to line 13?
Well, that's just it. I don't know. That's what I told what's her name out there. I said, listen, you might want to go knock on doors down there because this guy had just done something that he was fleeing from. And I don't know, you know, you might have gone, he might have gone in somebody else's house.
Okay.
Or somebody's house.
All right. So when he says, that's just it, I don't know, that's what I told what's her name out there. Do you have any idea who what's her name out there is?
I'm assuming at the time it was Sergeant Oliver.
Okay. So he's talking about, I was telling a law enforcement officer out there that they needed to go figure out what he might have done.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and direct your attention then to the very next page, page 60 of the transcript. direct your attention specifically to line 7. What did you ask him?
Have you ever seen him before?
And when you say, have you ever seen him before, who are you referring to?
Ahmaud Arbery. At the time, we didn't know his identity.
All right, so you didn't know what his name was at this time?
No.
So have you ever seen him before? What did Greg McMichael say?
No. I'd never laid eyes on the guy.
You then say, okay. What does Mr. McMichael then say?
Nobody in that neighborhood, or at least nobody that has seen the video, that this guy has a clue who he is.
All right. I know that was difficult. Okay. So nobody in that neighborhood, or at least nobody that has seen the video, that this guy has a clue who he is.
Yes.
All right. What did you ask next?
Did he put it out on Facebook or something, the video?
Now, who is he that you're talking about? Did he put it out on Facebook?
The owner of the house under construction.
All right. What was Mr. Greg McMichael's response?
I don't know. He may have, but...
Okay, so he says, I don't know about this video being put out on Facebook.
Correct.
All right. And then did you ask, how many people in the neighborhood have seen this video? And what was his response?
I know that Diego has, and
then you were asking him who Diego was, right?
yeah, is Diego the other guy that came in? And he says, Greg Michael says, no, that is...
So then you asked him who Diego was, right?
Yes.
All right, so going on to the next page at the top, you ask him who Diego is on line 3. What does Greg McMichael say so he can tell you who Diego is?
Diego is the little short Hispanic guy that lives like 2 doors down from that open house, the construction house.
All right. Was he able to give you Diego's last name?
No, I don't believe so.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and then direct your attention to specifically page 65. All right. And at this point in time, are you asking Greg McMichael to speculate as to what was going through the mind of Ahmaud Arbery? If you look at the line on page 64, would that help refresh your recollection about what you're talking about here?
Which line?
Take a look at lines 22 through 24 on page 64.
Yes.
Okay. So when asking Greg McMichael to speculate about what's going through the mind of Ahmaud Arbery, what does Greg McMichael say on lines 3 through 6?
He was trapped like a rat. I think he was wanting to flee, and he realized that something, he was not going to get away.
Okay. And then I think you indicated, and well, I'll ask you, what did you then say to him based on this? He was trapped like a rat. I think he was wanting to flee, and he realized he was not going to get away.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Yeah, but he could have run around your son, right?
What's he say?
Sure.
Okay. And then what'd you say?
From what I can tell in the video, the whole road is there.
So you had seen the video at this point in time that you're talking to Greg McMichael?
I had seen it on scene briefly. Yeah.
All right. So at that point in time, what does Greg McMichael say to you? Lines 12 through 16.
Faster than Travis would ever be. He had opportunity to flee further, We had chased him around the neighborhood a bit, but he wasn't winded at all. Continue.
And then what's the next line? Just on 16,
this guy he was in good shape.
Okay. Now, after speaking with Greg McMichael, was Greg McMichael then free to leave, and did he in fact leave?
Yes.
I will pass the witness. Thank you.
I'm sorry, this one.
No, it actually will be Mr. Hogue. I'm just going to find that one map.
Behind the big one.
Thank you, Honor.
Good morning, Investigator No Healy.
Good morning.
I'm Frank Hogue. I represent Greg McMichael. This is Laura Hogue, my wife-in-law partner. She represents him with me. I just have a few questions for you today. And I want to go back to where you were with the state just now. And let's start, excuse me. Let's start on page 59. And you were asked to read the section from lines 2 to 13. You tell me when you're with me. And this is the topic concerning no clue who he was, he referring to Ahmaud Arbery at that time on that date when this all happened, right? Got the context?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry, I was looking at the page.
Okay. This is a section where, and I just called it no clue who he was. That was the point of it, right? The section you read.
Objection to that characteristic.
All right, well, we can reread it then if summing it up isn't good enough.
Let's just make sure he's on the same page. You're
All
fine.
right, you're at page 59, line 2. Go ahead and read 2 through 13 to yourself. That's what you read to the jury just a few minutes ago. Particularly lines 8 through 13 where Greg McMichael is telling you, that's just it, I don't know. That's what I told. And you said it was Sergeant Oliver that he was talking to. What's her name? He said, I said, listen, you might want to go knock on doors because this guy has just done something that he was fleeing from, and I don't know, you know, he might have gone in somebody's house. And your understanding in the context was when Mr. McMichael is telling you, I don't know, he didn't know the person's name.
Objection. As to this officer's understanding of the context, it's not relevant.
It's the context of what Mr. McMichael was saying to him that I'm trying to establish.
Well, again, you're asking him about what Greg McMichael was thinking and to explain his statements. Let's just rely upon his statements. If it's relevant in any other way, that's fine. But let's not have this witness characterize somebody else's statements in the record.
All right. Mr. McMichael couldn't tell you Ahmaud Arbery's name, could he?
Correct.
Because he said he didn't know his name, didn't he?
Correct.
All right. Well, let's go on with that page to get further context here. You go on to ask him, I'm at line 14, you were the first one to see him? That was a question from you. And Mr. McMichael said, yeah, well, I guess. I don't know if somebody else saw him running, think anything about it, but when he came past my house...
Objection. Mr. Hogue is just now reading this section as opposed to asking this officer what it is. In addition, it has absolutely nothing to do, it's not the rule of completeness, it has nothing to do with what was above at all.
I understand we're talking about context for statements. I understand these are the words of Greg McMichael. They've come in a couple different ways. Let's get to the context question. How's that? Let's make sure. Let's get to the question part of it.
This is a question. This is what Greg McMichael was saying to you immediately after telling you he didn't know the name of the person he saw running in his neighborhood, right? That's the context of what we're talking about. Correct?
As far as line 16 on?
Right.
Yes.
Okay. And so what I'm doing with you, Investigator Nohilly, is I'm just reading the words on the transcript, and you're affirming, yes, that's what Greg McMichael said to me. That's the form of all these questions, all right? You with me?
Yes.
Okay, good deal. So going on, he says, but when he came past my house, he met the description of the guy that Travis had seen run in that empty house, 2 weeks ago or however long ago it was. You say, yeah. And Mr. McMichael, so far I'm reading accurately, am I not?
Yes.
And then line 23, Greg McMichael, I mean, to a T. Plus, he met the description of the video I had seen of this guy being in there. Short dreads, and go over to line 1 on page 60. You say, yeah. And then Mr. Greg McMichael says, white t-shirt, short pants, plus he was hauling ass. And this, he was running like people don't run normally. He wasn't out for no Sunday jog. He was getting the hell out of there. I read all that accurately?
Yes.
Now in context, even though he's told you he doesn't know this person's name, he's telling you in effect why he suspected him and then chased him.
Question, characterization.
That's sustained.
Okay, you understood what he was talking about, right? I mean, you were involved in the conversation, and the words he was conveying back to you in response to your questions to him were understandable to you, were they not? You knew what he was talking about.
Yes.
Okay, very good, sir. Now, let's go over to page 65, the other part of the transcript the state just reviewed with you. They read the part on 65, page 3, line 3 rather, down to line 16. And line 16 is where the conversation was in the middle of Greg McMichael's comments to you about Ahmaud Arbery, where he said, this guy, he was in good shape. Are you with me?
Yes.
Okay. And then he goes on to say in that same context, completing his thoughts to you, and there was no hesitation on his part when he came to Travis. His intention was to grab that gun and probably shoot Travis. That's in my mind. That's what I saw, And with that in mind, if he'd had gotten that shotgun and there was any separation between Travis and him, I was going to cap his ass. And you understood he was describing to you the fight right at the very end of the confrontation that you perhaps had seen on video by this point. Is that what you understood the context of this to be?
I'm going to object as to his understanding of the context. These are just the words of Greg McMichael. His understanding is not relevant.
Well, then that is the context in which he's saying these words. He's describing the final encounter between Ahmaud Arbery and Travis, and that he thought Ahmaud was trying to get the shotgun away from Travis to shoot him with it. That's what he's telling you, right?
Objection, counsel is now testifying.
So let's, again, this statement is coming through the witness. The statement's in. For context, you can ask the witness what he believes he was describing, but let's let the words, Mr. McMichael.
All right, for context, Investigator Nohilly, you understand what he's describing, right?
Yes.
And you understood what he was describing was his own thoughts that he was about to see his own son shot and killed by Ahmaud Arbery. with his own shotgun.
Objection calls for speculation as to what this means by Greg McMichael.
Well, at this point, we're simply asking what the witness understood based on his interview with Mr. McMichael. Go ahead.
You need me to repeat it? You're allowed to
Repeat,
answer.
please.
Okay. In the context of this conversation, you understood Greg McMichael to be telling you that what he thought when he was watching Ahmaud Arbery attack his son.
Objection, mischaracterization. Counsel's testifying that is not at all what Greg McMichael said. Didn't use the word attack at all.
Okay, I'll use his words. His intention was to grab that shotgun and probably shoot Travis. That's in my mind. Those were his words, right?
Yes.
And you understood that what he was conveying to you was that he thought he was about to witness his son's death at the hands of Ahmaud Arbery.
Objection, speculation.
Yeah, the statement speaks for itself. It's sustained.
All right. Go over to page 67. See if we can get through this one.
State objection, anything on 67? We didn't bring up 67. That's not something he's testified to at all. So there is no rule of completeness here. This is a completely different page and topic.
That's not the case, Your Honor. And if I need to defend it without the jury here, I'd like to do so.
Let me go ahead and see what it is.
Let me see if I have notes written on here.
I'll show. I bring you my computer.
Does anyone just have a clean copy of it? That's the easiest way to do it. Nobody's got a clean copy of page 67?
Yes, Judge. I do have something back for you. Yes. It's just this. That's what you have. Well, that's true. Detective, could you hand that to the judge?
That's the page. Problem is, every time I move, I pull a cord out.
Your Honor, I'm at page 67, lines 8 through 17.
8 through 18 on 67, you said?
Page 67, lines 8 through 17.
Through 17. Okay. I'll permit the question. Go ahead.
Right. Now, before we read it, Investigator Nohilly, in your 20 years experience and in your training and education, you've heard of a phenomenon before called auditory exclusion, where a person is so focused in a traumatic event, their vision might...
Objection. Counsel's testifying. He hasn't even given him an opportunity to say whether he knows what that word auditory, whatever it was, is.
I have him on cross-examination, and leading questions are allowed under 24-6, 611B and C. We can look that up. These are proper questions.
Okay. Well, you asked him whether he knew what something was, and you're about to define it for him. That's the objection to the question.
To give him the orientation of what I'm talking about. He might know it by some other term. It has several different terms. I've used one of those terms. Do you know auditory exclusion? Have you heard of that one?
I have. I don't recall what it means.
Well, let me help see if this refreshes your recollection. You've heard of it. It's the occasion when a person in a traumatic situation.
Objection. At this point, counsel is testifying by telling him what this means.
It's a leading question.
It's over. Go ahead.
So an auditory exclusion, you're in a traumatic situation, and of your senses, your vision will retain its best abilities, but your hearing and other senses, auditory hearing in particular, might tune out sounds, and you don't hear and you don't recall accurately, but you can also describe what you saw, but not what you heard. That's what you recall from your training. That happens sometimes to people in highly traumatic or unusual situations like a shooting.
I don't recall if that's exactly what I learned.
Is it a phenomenon you're familiar with by whatever name?
The term, yes.
Okay. So let's go to this paragraph here. 67 page, or line 8. You ask Greg McMichael, was he hit all 3 times? Or, now the he is Ahmaud Arbery, right?
Yes.
And the hit means hit with 3 shots from Travis's shotgun, right?
Correct.
And Greg McMichael answers, there was only 2 shots. See that?
Yes.
And you say, no, there were 3, right?
Correct.
And he says, were there 3 shots? Asks you that, right?
Yes.
And you say, on the video, it sounds like there's 3. You'd seen the video, right?
Yes.
Sounds like there's 3. Greg McMichael says, I don't think so. I mean, it may have been 3. I don't know. But like I say, it was a fur ball. It was a hair ball. But he thought he heard 2, and you heard 3, and there's 3 on the video, right?
From what I remember, yes.
Yeah. And when you, you've probably arrested many people through your 20-year career, right?
I have.
And when you do that, and you try to keep the person from fleeing from you, you will use verbal commands like stop, don't run, stay where you are, that kind of thing.
Yes.
And if you have to raise your voice to give a stronger verbal command, you will do that.
Yes.
And if the person is still not compliant, you'll sometimes draw your weapon if you need to, won't you?
Only in certain circumstances.
Like when they're not listening to you in your verbal commands, not stopping.
No.
Yeah. No what?
No, I don't just pull my gun.
Okay. You'll do other steps before you pull your gun to get them to comply with you?
Yes.
Like what? Raising your voice even higher? Louder?
Maybe.
All right. Well, you'll do whatever the circumstances require. You're not just going to forget about it and go home. All right?
Correct.
All right. And if the person is still not complying with your verbal commands, and you're waiting for someone to come back you up, like other police officers, at some point, if you think the person is either going to attack you or flee, you will use your weapon, will you not?
Not always, no.
If the person is attacking you?
Depends on how he's attacking me, or she.
All right. If you have a gun on you and the person is attacking you, you would have a concern that the person might take your gun from you and use it to harm you or kill you?
Once again, it depends on the circumstances and the person.
All right. If the circumstance includes being attacked by someone who seems to be trying to take your gun from you, putting his hands on it, you might use your gun, wouldn't you?
At that point, it might meet the threshold, yes.
Thank you, Investigator Nunilli.
Mr. Sheffield.
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Jason Sheffield. I represent Travis McMichael. We haven't spoken before, have we?
I don't believe so.
Yeah. I'd like to talk generally with you about investigation and your role in this particular investigation. Was it that you were charged with,
Could you pull that microphone?
I will do it.
Thank you so much.
Was it that you were charged with gathering just information from Greg McMichael and Travis McMichael? And that was the sole job that you had in this particular case?
Yes.
Just to perform the interviews?
Yes.
Okay. And you were directed to do so by Investigator Lowry?
I'm not sure exactly. I was told at the scene to go back to the station and do the interviews.
You'll have to speak up just a little bit. You're dropping
I'm
off.
sorry.
That's
I was told, I'm not sure exactly by who, I think it was one of my supervisors possibly, to go to the station and do the interviews.
Prior to the interviews, though, you had a debriefing with whomever was in charge so that they could give you some background information about what had happened that day based on their observations?
No.
So did you go into these interviews not knowing what had happened out there in Satilla Shores?
Correct.
Literally, you didn't know
Outside
the
the
order of
scene.
events or anything like that?
Right, outside of seeing that video, no.
Okay, so seeing the video, the video that you saw, did it include Mr. Arbery running and then turning around and the driver of the car dropping the phone for about a minute and then it being picked back up and then filming as Mr. Arbery comes around the corner towards the shooting? Or did you just see the shooting
I
portion?
think I just saw the shooting part of it.
Okay, so not even the entire video.
Right, I didn't see the whole video.
Okay, so you're stepping into a situation where you really don't know much other than that there's been a shooting.
Correct.
And did you say you were on the scene that day?
I had gone up to the scene,
You
yes.
had gone. How long were you on the scene before you left to go do interviews?
Like 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay, so you're really kind of an open book when you head into these interviews, not having anything in your mind that you're trying to get out of these individuals, just that you're trying to understand what happened.
Correct.
Okay, so in your mind then, you are trying to understand the dynamics of what Greg McMichael and Travis McMichael were doing out there that day,
Correct.
and what Mr. Arbery was doing out there that day,
Correct.
what Greg McMichael's intent was based on whatever he told you, right?
Correct.
And you conducted an interview of Travis McMichael as well, so what Travis McMichael's intent was out there that day.
I'm going to object at this time. We're not going into Travis McMichael's interview at all. So I don't know why we're talking about it with this witness.
Just asked if he'd done it.
Yeah, he's interviewed Travis McMichael. I'm going to ask him about it. I'm not going to get into statements made.
Okay. All right.
But you were trying to determine what Travis McMichael's intent was that day,
Correct.
and what Mr. Arbery's intent was that day.
Correct.
Okay. In doing so, you got some information about ongoing crime in the neighborhood.
I'm going to object. Now we're going into content.
I'll rephrase it so
Thank you.
it's clear. When you talked to Greg McMichael, you got information that there was some ongoing crime in the neighborhood.
You'll have to direct me to the line. I don't recall exactly.
Okay. Just as you sit here, do you recall whether or not you talked with Greg McMichael about crime in the neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay. Did you endeavor after this interview to go and follow up about the crime in the neighborhood, to pull any reports or anything like that?
I don't think it was me that did it. I think I passed that information on to other investigators, and they did.
Okay, that's fine. You didn't do it, that's fine. In stepping into a situation where you're going to be conducting an interview of a person just involved in a violent situation like this one. You have been trained how to interview individuals, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. You have some basic training that you go through about how to interview people. Have you had more advanced training on how to conduct interviews of suspects or people involved in traumatic situations?
I have.
Is it fair to say that it's important to have that training because interviewing someone can be a bit of a chaotic experience?
Correct.
The person that you're interviewing could be all over the map in terms of the timeline of the event.
Correct.
You may have to stop them because it can get very confusing and kind of redirect them back to moments that they can then break down and further explain to you.
Correct.
And is it fair to say that your training has helped you become the person kind of in charge of that process?
Correct.
To help that person through their statement so that it can ultimately be understood by you.
Correct.
Okay, because what you know is that whatever the garbled or asynchronous timeline that you could get needs to be understood eventually by lawyers in the case.
Correct.
So you may have to follow back up on something to get more clarity so that it can be further fleshed out.
Yes.
And not only do you know that the lawyers in the case are going to rely on it, but you know that it's going to be used here in court, possibly.
Correct.
And that the work that you're doing to flush out these subjects and to dig deeper into what's being said is possibly going to need to be understood by the court as well as a jury.
Yes.
All right, so you're going to do your best to try to follow up on things so that the interview that you conduct is as accurate and complete and truthful as it can be.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you did interview Travis.
Yes.
You spent a good bit of time with him, maybe an hour or longer.
Yes.
Okay. He was speaking quickly during that interview at times, wasn't he?
Judge, I'm going to, once again, we're not introducing the statements of Travis McMichael. So going through all of this, I would object as it's not relevant.
Here's what's interesting. He conducted an interview.
I object to his speaking.
Let me do, because I think I need to work out exactly what's going on here. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to ask that you go ahead and step into the jury room for just a moment while we address the matters before the court.
All right, for the jury. Please proceed.
All right. Sergeant, if I could get you to just step down. If you just step out of the courtroom, we'll bring you back in for further testimony.
Yes, sir.
Okay, somebody give me a little context here.
Sure. At this point in
Well,
time,
hold on. Maybe a better way to do it. Let me explain what I understand. And I can say. So Travis McMichael's statement, I'm guessing, is not being used because it's just, there's too many issues to work through with Bruton that it's just not being used. Is that correct?
yes, Your Honor. Yesterday morning, we informed the defense that we had made a decision not to tender or present any statements of Travis McMichael once they informed us that they basically wanted the entire thing in for rule of completeness. And we made the decision and informed them we're not tendering in Travis McMichael's statement at all, as currently right now hearsay. I talked with Mr. Rubin this morning and I said, listen, I don't even want to go into the fact that he went ahead and interviewed Travis McMichael because we're not tendering it in. Because now the jury is looking at us like we're hiding his statement. And my fear, of course, is that, okay, I'll back up. The state's a little frustrated because the state has endeavored to communicate to the defense that we were not going to put this in. In fact, this morning I told Mr. Rubin, I'm not even going to ask this witness about Travis McMichael's statement at all. I'm going to just strictly have him on the stand to talk about Greg McMichael. I informed them of that, and I was told that's fine. We can recall him at a time if it becomes necessary, if Travis McMichael takes the stand. So at this point in time, having not gone into it, the state's fear is that it appears to the jury that, oh, there's this statement of Travis McMichael out there, and I've been put in the position of having to object about the contents of it and tell them we're not tendering it, which of course makes it look like the state's hiding this statement from them when that's not the intention. The state's been put in an awkward position. The state would like a curative instruction, and that's what we're asking for.
Okay. So as I understand it, the state asked to put in certain statements of Travis McMichael. We responded and said we think this helps the rule of completeness. They chose not to put the statement in, and I'm not offering any of his statement. I'm not going to say anything that Travis McMichael said, although there are probably some exceptions under excited utterance. I'm still not putting those in. That being said, the state's decision not to tell the jury that he was even interviewed, that's on them. I'm not hiding something. It would be as if in a car accident case, a police officer testifies about something through the plaintiff, and the defense comes up and says, hey, officer, didn't you also talk to a witness, and didn't you also collect this information, and didn't you also investigate these other things? They chose not to bring it up. I'm not doing anything that's untoward. I'm simply informing the jury that, number one, he was interviewed. Number two, certain conduct and behavior was seen by this officer that he voluntarily cooperated in the interview.
Okay, we're not going to get into, I think, the problem with asking him about the way he was reacting is it opens the door to what questions were being asked at the time and the context of those reactions, which then possibly gets us into the statement. That's my concern about that. The fact that he was interviewed, that's fine, or the fact that he cooperated is fine. But once we start describing his actions during the interview, I'm not sure how you separate that from what was going on in the interview at the time.
He appeared stressed. He was speaking quickly. Those are my questions.
In an hour-long interview, at what point during the interview, what was he being asked about?
I'm not going to go into that. And the jury's left without the information about it. But Judge, that doesn't make it impermissible. I would say to the court, it doesn't make it impermissible.
Without the context, because I understand the statement's not coming in, we're not going to talk about it. It's an hour-long statement. I don't know, and the jury doesn't know what was going on at the moments that he could possibly be described, because what you are implying is that during that entire 1 hour period, he was acting exactly the same way.
I can clear that up. I mean, I feel like the court is telling me how to conduct. If the subject matter is relevant, that's my question.
I don't believe it is, because without the statement coming in, describing his conduct while giving that statement without explaining what the statement is, the court finds impermissible. So the beginning of this and the end of that, I don't know. The court is going to allow you to go into, but as far as what he was doing, how this officer was perceiving his reactions, we're not going to get into that. Did he cooperate? Sure. Did he give a statement? That's fine.
Will the court allow me to ask the witness the subjects that he inquired of?
No, because then we're getting into the statement.
That he asked about, not what Travis said in response.
Because then we're getting into the statement.
Okay. I think those would be permissible areas, but I'll follow the ruling of the court and I won't ask those questions.
All right.
I would like to say, in light of the state's comments, that it was the Bruton problem that primarily drove their decision not to go into any of Travis McMichael's statement. Bruton problem, of course, being that he would incriminate Greg McMichael. We don't have a Bruton problem in Travis McMichael's statement. There's many parts of it that have been highlighted in yellow that were worked out. It looks to me like every bit as much as was in Greg McMichael's statement that we've just spent part of yesterday and part of today doing. So our position is that for us, I was under the impression that it was probably not going to be introduced because it's so exculpatory, and the state was making the decision, well, he'll have to get up there and tell his story himself. We're not going to do it through our witness. But if it's a Bruton problem, then any issue we have made before regarding Travis McMichael's statement with respect to Bruton, we withdraw. And so that's not an impediment for our client.
Well, that may cure it for the state, and they may want to get back up and do it, but I don't know
Your
where we
Honor,
are.
Travis McMichael's statement is hearsay. It would come in if the state chose to tender it as the statement of a party opponent. The state is choosing not to tender it as a statement of a party opponent. So none of those issues apply. It's the state's decision not to tender in that hearsay under that exception.
Then it sounds like it doesn't change where the court is on it.
Yeah, and I would ask the court, there's no need for a curative instruction at this point.
Yeah, we're just going to bring the panel
Also,
back in.
real quickly, Judge, I was also going to ask him whether or not Travis demonstrated positions with how he was holding the firearm. And that demonstration, again, I thought would be not a statement, but just in response to the question of how he just demonstrated certain things for him. That he cooperated, he demonstrated, he spoke, those kinds of things.
Yeah, no, that's the court would be consistent. Again, to explain the context of that, you'd have to get into the statement why he was doing that at a particular time and what the questions were that led him to that. So again, that gets into the statement itself.
So I will not do it based on the court saying I may not do it. I cannot do it.
Correct. Okay. All right. Let's go get the witness. Did we lose him? Welcome back, Sergeant. Thank you. All right, you can go ahead and be seated. I'll remind you you're under oath. Correct. I say you can be seated. I think you're going to stand up in just a second. Let's go get the panel.
left of the jury. Please be seated.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Sheffield.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So, we were talking about that you conducted an interview of Travis McMichael.
Yes.
Yes. And one of the things that you do when you conduct an interview is you want to make sure that the person you interview understands that they don't have to speak to you, right?
Correct.
As we call this the Miranda admonition, that they have the right to be silent, right?
Correct.
They have the right to a lawyer.
Objection at this point in time. We're going into the interview.
I'm just going to Miranda.
I'll give you some flexibility here, but let's.
To be short, Travis agreed to be interviewed.
Yes.
Okay. He cooperated with that interview fully and freely.
Yes.
Now, one of the things you were asked about just a moment ago is Greg's statement to you and Greg's expressions to you about Mr. Ahmaud Arbery and whether he was trying to run or flee or how he could have run or taken other routes or whatnot. You recall that line of questioning by Mr. Hogue?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever undertake it yourself after speaking with Greg McMichael to try to figure out any background on Mr. Arbery?
I did not.
You did not.
Not me.
Not you. But you're aware that others may have.
Yes.
Okay. Lastly, when you've been an officer for how many years, did you say?
Just under 20 years,
20 years, doing patrol.
including patrol, yes.
And you have investigated crimes of break-ins,
I have.
crimes of theft,
I have.
crimes of burglary.
I have.
And one of the things that you've come to understand is that burglary doesn't just happen at night, right?
Correct.
It happens in the middle of the day sometimes,
Yes.
in particular on Sundays.
I don't know if it's particularly on Sundays.
If you look at page 72, isn't that what you discussed with Greg McMichael? Starting at line 10.
Yes.
Usually on Sunday.
Yes,
What you
that's
said.
what I said, yes.
Nothing further, thank you.
Anything from Mr. Brown?
No, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Sure. Investigator No Hilly. Right after you said, usually on Sunday, what did Greg McMichael say?
Sorry. That's right, that's right.
Then what did he say?
People are home on Sundays.
People are home on Sundays. All right. And at the time of this interview, this was how many hours after the incident had taken place?
A couple hours, I think. I'm not exactly sure, but it was within 2 or 3 hours of the incident.
Okay, so 2 or 3 hours of the incident,
Yes.
you believe? Okay.
Anything on
Those limited issues.
No, Your Honor. No question. No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You are excused for the day, but subject to recall.
Subject to recall, yes, sir. Thank you.
get early. We need a break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a 15-minute recess, and we'll come back for the continuation of evidence in this case.
All right for adjourned. Please be seated.
All right, if we can have the state's next witness ready to go in 15 minutes, the 10:30. All right, thank you, everybody. Pardon?
I believe it being Chavez.
All right, we are back on. Defendants present, represented by counsel.
There we go.
Oh.
We actually need her for this witness.
All right. As I said, we're back on, represented by counsel. Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Let's go ahead and get the panel.
So rise with the jury. Proceed.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to proceed with the evidence in this case from the state.
Thank you, Judge. At this time, the state will call Mr. Mac Albensley.
Just raise your right hand.
Raise your right hand.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, have a seat.
Sir, please state your name and spell it for the record.
Matthew Albenzi. It's MATTHEWALBENZE.
And Mr. Albenze, what neighborhood do you live in?
Satilla Shores.
How long have you lived in Satilla Shores?
Since July '89. 32 years, 33 years. 32 years. 31 years.
All right. And what's the specific address that you live at?
309 Jones Road.
What do you do for a living?
Calibration technician.
And what are the normal hours that you work? When do you leave to go to work? And when do you leave to go to work? And when do you come home?
Leave around 5:30, 5:40 in the morning. Get home around 4:30, 4:45 in the afternoon.
Right. So prior to February of 2020,
Who we got? Is that from your mic?
I don't know. It appears it might be. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
There we go.
That may be it. Just push that maybe just a little bit away from you. Okay, let's try.
Let's try that.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge. So prior to February of 2020, did you know Mr. William Roddy Bryan?
We'd met before. Yeah.
All right. How many times had you met before?
Just casual passing at a hardware store or maybe up at Zachary's.
How would you describe your relationship with him?
Just an acquaintance.
Had you ever been to his home in Satilla Shores?
No.
Had he ever been to your house in Satilla Shores?
No.
Did you even know where he lived?
Had an idea.
With regard to Greg McMichael, did you know Mr. Greg McMichael prior to February of 2020?
Yes.
How did you know him?
It's neighbors.
Had he ever been over to your house?
No.
Did you ever been over to his house for like dinner or anything?
No.
And Travis McMichael, did you know him?
Yes.
And how did you know Travis McMichael?
Same type of relationship. It's neighbors. We talk in the driveway. I think most of the time we ever spoke with each other in the driveway, just friendly conversation about, trucks and boats and fishing and stuff like that.
All right. And back in February of 2020, you knew where the McMichaels lived?
Yes.
Now, with regard to Mr. Ahmaud Arbery, did you know him?
No.
Had you ever seen him in the neighborhood before?
No.
Had you ever seen him, period, before?
No.
Now, in relationship to your house, where is the open unsecured construction site at 220 Satilla Drive?
It's at the end of the street I live on.
And how long has that location been under construction?
2.5 years maybe at that point. I'm not sure.
Okay, so at that point, 2.5 years. What was there before it became a construction site?
It's the vacant lot.
So I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibits 284 and 285. Take a look at 284 and 285 and see if you're able to recognize what's depicted in those photographs.
Yep.
Are they fair and accurate?
Yeah.
At this time, the state would tender into evidence 284 and 285.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
There, a minute.
So, Mr. Albenzi, you'll be able to see it here on your screen. So I'm looking at 284. What is the jury looking at here?
That's Mr. English's house, just above the garbage cans there.
Right here?
Yeah, and that and to the right.
So all of this
Right.
being English's property.
Yes.
All right. And so where are we kind of standing looking down the street?
You'd be Maybe about at the end of my driveway, I think, approximately.
All right. And what road is this road, right?
Jones Road.
Now, whose house is this?
Kenny Wade.
All right, what, do you know what Mr. Wade does?
No, I think he's retired.
So then looking at 285, is this just a further close-up shot?
Yes.
Great. It's just our court reporter needs to take down everything we're saying. Thanks. Now, do you know Larry English personally?
We've met, yeah. I introduced myself. It's my mailbox. There's the white mailbox here. So I walk down there every afternoon and check my mail.
So that's your mailbox?
Yeah.
Okay. So how many times do you think you've met or talked with Larry English prior to February 23rd of 2020?
Half a dozen, 10 times, maybe a dozen, I'm not sure.
He ever come to your house? You ever go to his house?
No, I talked to him either at the mailbox or, spoke to him in his backyard. He had an excavator putting some concrete on the riverbank, just that, yeah.
All right. And had you ever seen various people at his open unsecured construction site?
Maybe some contractors every now and then.
Any looky-loos? People just stopping by to look at the property? No, you didn't see that?
No, I did not see that.
Okay. And from about October of 2019 through February of 2020, what condition was the open unsecured construction site? Was it like fully open that you could walk in?
Yeah, no garage doors. I don't think the front door was on it.
Were there any no trespassing signs up?
I don't know.
Now, at some point in time when you talked with Larry English, did he show you a video? Did he show you a video of someone who had come onto his property at night?
Yes.
And what was that person doing?
Was looking around, walking around on his dock.
The dock video?
Yes.
Did he show you any other videos other than the dock video?
No.
Do you remember what day it was that he showed this video to you? No?
Maybe October, November time frame of 19.
And at any point in time, did Larry English talk to you about items that had been stolen off of his boat, like some fishing equipment and a cooler?
Yes.
All right, and who did he suspect had taken those things?
He didn't really say. He just told me there had been some contractors work.
Object to hearsay from Mr. English, what he told this witness. Sustained.
Now, did you repeat what Mr. English had told you to anyone else?
Not that I recall, no.
All right, I'm going to direct your attention, Mr. Albenze, specifically to February 23rd, 2020, approximately 1 p.m. in the afternoon. Tell the jury what you were doing that day.
I was running a log splitter in my front yard, splitting wood.
And how were you dressed?
I had on boots and gloves and overalls.
What did you see?
I just stood up to move some wood, and I noticed Mr. Arbery standing in the front yard of that house.
Now, at that point in time, did you know his name?
No.
Okay. So he was a stranger to you?
Yes.
All right, so you saw him standing in front of the house?
Yes.
How was he dressed?
Maybe a t-shirt and shorts.
Did he have any bags with him?
No, not that I recall, no.
Backpack on him?
No.
What did you see the young man do?
He was just standing there looking around. It's a good distance away. But
So what did you decide to do? What happened next?
what came to mind was Mr. English's video. Something that looked like that on his dock at night. So I shut the splitter off, grabbed my phone, walked down to the corner.
And did you go in the house and get something else too?
Yeah, I had a pistol in my pocket.
Okay. So you got your phone, you got your gun, and you walked down to the end of the drive, or the end of the street.
Right.
All right. So on State's Exhibit 285, where did you stand?
Behind that oak tree next to the stop sign.
So right in here?
Behind the oak tree.
Like right here?
Yeah. Well, behind it, but the tree was between myself and the house.
Ah, so more like right here.
Yeah.
Got it. And what did you do then?
And I saw someone moving around inside the house, so I pushed the send button, called Glenn County Police.
All right, so when you hit the send button, what number did you dial?
The 7800 number.
What's the 7800 number?
It's the Glenn County Police Department.
So you didn't dial 911?
No,
All right. Why didn't you dial 911?
I did not see an emergency.
So you dialed the non-emergency Glenn County number, and were you connected to an operator?
I was.
Have you had the opportunity to listen to that 911 call?
I've heard it a time or two, yeah.
Okay. And you and I have met before, right?
Right.
And I played for you?
Yes, you did.
Okay. And at that time, was it a fair and accurate depiction of what you said to 911?
Evidently, it's a recording, so yeah.
All right. So, Your Honor, at this time, the state will tender into evidence. I'll make sure I get the right number. State's Exhibit 143.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Okay. State will publish.
Commercial Communications Operator Smith.
Hey, this is John Avenger. I'm about to steal tours. There's a great place out there. There's a guy in the house right now. The house under construction.
Okay, do you have your address or that house's address?
Right at 219 or 220 Sicilla Drive.
And you said someone's breaking into it right now?
No, it's all open. It's under construction. And he's running right now. There he goes right now.
Okay, what is he doing?
He's running down the street. Hold on.
Okay, that's fine. I'll get them out there. I just need to know what he was doing wrong. Was he just on the premises and not supposed to be?
And he's been caught on camera a bunch before at night. Kind of an ongoing thing out here. The man's building the house. He's got plenty of stuff there. He's not going to finish it.
Okay, that's fine. And you said it was a male in a black t-shirt?
A white t-shirt, black guy, white t-shirt. And he's done back there. He's done running back there. You never knew.
Okay, and...
My front yard.
And what was your name, sir?
Max.
Okay, and your phone number?
258-467.
258. What was the last four?
467. I'm at 309 Jones Road.
Okay, I'll go ahead and put it in and have somebody come out there and check it out, okay?
Thanks.
Thank you.
Were you able to see Mr. Arbery inside the house when you were standing behind kind of the oak tree area?
Yeah.
Could you tell what he was doing inside the house?
No.
Now, you can't read minds, right?
Nope.
All right. So you have no idea what he was doing inside the house?
No, ma'am.
And do you have any idea why he ran from the house?
No, I don't.
Now, after you hung up with 911, what happened next?
Walked back to my house.
Okay. Do you recall at all walking down the street a little further in front of, I guess, Subi Lawrence on one side and Diego Perez on the other side, down that street a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you remember making any sort of motion?
I saw in the video, there he goes.
And who were you doing that to?
I was just thinking to myself, run on down the street.
Were you intending to communicate to anyone in particular at that time?
No.
And after you stood in the street and made the arm motion, what did you do then?
I went home.
At any point in time, did you call Greg or Travis McMichael?
No.
Did you communicate with them in any way, shape, or form?
No.
After you went home, what happened next?
After a few minutes, I heard gunshots.
How many gunshots did you hear?
3.
What did you do once you'd heard those 3 gunshots?
Got my bicycle out of the shop and rode down around the corner.
When you say down the corner, where'd you go?
Down to Satilla Drive, left.
So you came down Jones and then went down Satilla.
Right.
Is that the same way that Mr. Arbery had run?
Yes.
What'd you find?
I saw a police car. I saw Mr. Arbery laying on the street. I saw Miss Greg and Travis there.
What'd you do?
I stopped and went home. It's kind of a shocking scene,
And did you ride your bicycle back home?
I did.
Later that evening, were you contacted by officers from the Glenn County Police Department?
Yeah.
And did you speak with them at that time?
I suppose, yeah, I did.
Do you recall that at all?
Not really.
At that point in time, just to put it politely, had you had an adult beverage or cocktail at that point in time?
Several, yeah.
Now, have you personally ever been the victim of property theft within Satilla Shores?
My daughter's car was broken into, 20 years ago maybe. It's been a long time ago.
But nothing in 2019 or 2020?
No.
And do you subscribe to the Satilla Shores Facebook page?
Yeah.
Do you occasionally post there?
Yeah.
And do neighbors post about their concerns about crime in the neighborhood on that Facebook page?
Yeah, they did.
And is that normal for people to be concerned about property thefts and crime in a neighborhood?
Objection is asking this witness to speculate what other people feel.
Stand.
Were you concerned about property thefts in Satilla Shores?
Of course.
Why?
It's our home.
Now, did you have any personal knowledge about any burglaries that had taken place in Satilla Shores in 2019 or 2020?
Car break-ins, you mean?
So we'll talk about, did you know about some car break-ins?
Yeah.
And how did you find out about the car break-ins?
It's on the Facebook page.
Had anybody actually personally spoken to you about their car break-in, like one-on-one, and you interviewed them and you got information about it?
No.
And I failed, I think, to show you State's Exhibit 127. 127. So, Mr. Albenzi, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 127, see if you're able to recognize this particular image.
I do.
All right, and is it fair and accurate?
Was then, yeah.
All right. At this time, the State would tender into evidence State's Exhibit 127.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Submitted.
So with regard to State's Exhibit 127, go ahead and orient the jury. Where are we?
You're facing south on Satilla Drive.
And so when you were standing behind the oak tree, was it about here?
Yes.
All right. And you said this was fair and accurate at the time, meaning back in spring of 2020.
Right. The porta potties are gone now.
But it was there back then.
Yeah.
I may have one moment. Mr. Albenzi, I'm going to pass you over to the defense. They may have some questions for you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Root. Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Mr. Albenzi, we've met before.
Yes.
We met about a month and a half ago, 2 months ago now.
I suppose, yeah.
Out near your house?
Yes.
Okay. We talked about the testimony you're giving here today.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You don't want to be here.
Rather be elsewhere, yes.
Almost anywhere else, probably. This has been very difficult for you, correct?
Yeah.
It's caused you personally some problems as a result of your role in calling 911.
Yes, it is.
You've had some concerns at work.
Yes.
You've had concerns about your neighborhood, Satilla Shores.
Yes.
And even personal attacks on you, phone calls, things like that.
Recently, yes.
Recently. Even though all you did was call 911.
Not 911, but yeah.
the non-emergency number.
Right.
Okay. And that's put you in a difficult spot in general.
Yeah, I mean, it's put me in a spot. I wouldn't say it's really difficult, but it is something I'm not used to.
Okay. Well, let's talk about your your call to Glenn County Police Department for a second and orient the jury a little bit. When you were in your yard cutting the wood You'd already gotten most of the tree done. You were continuing to split logs from a fallen tree in your yard.
Right.
Right. You're out in your front yard, and you can see down from your house down towards Larry English's house.
Right.
Now, you had talked to Larry English before, right?
Yes.
You said 6 to 12 times, somewhere in that ballpark.
Yeah.
You share mailboxes with him.
Oh,
I don't mean the same mailboxes.
same area, yeah.
So there's a group of mailboxes at the end of the road. Right here, behind the stop sign.
Right.
Okay.
4 or 5 mailboxes.
And multiple neighbors have to go to that spot to get their mail every day.
Yes.
You have to walk down Jones to the corner of Jones and Satilla to get your mail.
Yes.
And of course, Mr. English has a mailbox there as well.
I don't think he has a mailbox yet.
Oh, okay. He didn't have one yet, but that's where you would see him and talk to him occasionally.
Yes.
Okay. And on those occasions when you would see him, y'all would discuss, how's the construction coming, how's things going, right?
Right.
You knew he had a heart problem.
Yeah.
So you knew his health was impaired.
Yeah.
You knew he was building the house as kind of a second home for him.
Yes.
You knew he lived some distance away.
Right.
And you knew he stored valuables on the property.
I suppose.
You knew he had a boat on the property.
Right.
You knew he had a camper on the property.
Yeah.
You knew he stayed in the camper when he would come to work on the house.
Right.
And the garage where he kept the boat, he had a regular car garage, but he also had an RV garage, the bigger garage.
Right.
To fit his boat or an RV or whatever he wanted to put in it.
Yes.
Okay. He had talked to you about this intruder in his house, right?
Yes.
And he even went so far as to show you the video of a black male behind his house on his dock.
Right.
And you understood that on the dock was a boat on a hoist.
I don't know if I can't tell you what was on the, no, I don't know the arrangement of his dock, no.
Okay, so you weren't aware there was a boat back there?
Right. I couldn't tell you if the boat was on the dock or in the garage or where at the time.
Did you know if Mr. English had multiple boats?
Yeah, I think he had 2 or 3 boats.
Okay. That he stored on the property?
From time to time.
even though it was open and unsecured, this house, it was still his property as you understood it.
Right.
He wasn't inviting people to come onto the property when he's not there, right?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
This mail he showed you in the video, did Mr. English tell you he was authorized to be on the dock?
No.
Okay. As far as you understood, he was not authorized to be on the dock.
That's right.
And you understood that even though the house had no doors on it, it was still Mr. English's property, right?
Yes.
And he could decide who's allowed to come and not come on the property.
Yes.
You were aware that, and you even tell the Glenn County Police, this guy, meaning the man you're seeing on the property on February 23rd, has been to the house multiple times.
And that's what it said on the call, but it might have been the heat of the moment. And, you know, I can't say who it was, that guy, or just somebody that looks like it's what I probably meant to say.
Okay, so you didn't know who that male was standing in the yard when you looked down Jones?
No.
But to you, he looked like the guy you had seen in the video.
Right.
And you knew that this guy who you saw in the video had actually been to the house not just that one time, but a bunch of times.
Right.
Again, you didn't know if it was the same guy, but it was enough to pique your interest to walk down Jones.
Yes, sir.
Okay. In fact, you tell the Glenn County non-emergency number he's been caught on the camera a bunch before at night. That's what you said in the call we just heard.
That's what I said, yeah.
Okay. It's kind of an ongoing thing out here.
It had been.
From that guy, or at least the guy you suspected.
I can't say it was that guy, just somebody that fit that description.
Okay. So you felt like this guy had been there before, you saw a video of it, and he's here again. Or at least you suspected he's here again.
I suppose.
Okay. And that's what you told the police?
Yeah.
Okay.
You also told the police that the guy's building a house, the guy being Larry English, and he's got heart issues.
Right.
Again, information you got from Mr. English.
Right.
Okay. And you knew of Mr. English's frustration at this guy, or the guy you saw in the video, not being caught.
I don't really know, but we'd call it frustration. I can't speak to the man's state of mind. No.
Did he ever explain to you how frustrated he was?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I mean, nobody's happy when somebody snoops around in their stuff, so.
Right. I mean,
no,
he was not happy this man was on his dock.
I suppose not.
Express that to you?
I don't recall.
You say to the Glenn County police operator, we've had some break-ins out here, right?
Right.
One of the first things you said, this is Matt Albenzi, we've had some break-ins out here.
Right.
Okay. Now, what you're talking about is what Ms. Dunikoski asked you. You were aware from the Facebook page that there was property crime in the neighborhood.
Yes.
And people were posting about it on the Facebook page and Nextdoor page, if you're aware of that.
Right.
Okay. Do you subscribe to both?
I think I logged into that, but I can't get back into it. It's just kind of wonky. No.
Okay. But people had shared their own personal experience with property crimes in Satilla Shores.
Right.
And it seemed to be an ongoing problem in 2019, now 2020.
It was, yeah.
Around the same time that this man that you saw on the video was coming into Larry English's house.
Right.
And in fact, you were, not only were you aware of it, but many people in the neighborhood were aware of this intruder in Larry English's house.
Same objection Mr. Reed did to me. What other people are aware of would be speculation on this person's, on Mr. Albenzi's part.
Sustained.
Did you ever tell the GBI when you were interviewed that everyone in the neighborhood is aware of it?
Not a prior consistent statement or prior inconsistent statement. And once again, him saying it to someone else does not get it out of speculation on his part.
The question is simply whether he was
told the GBI.
Whether he told the GBI that. Okay, that's okay. Go ahead.
Do you remember being interviewed by the GBI?
I do.
Do you remember telling the GBI that you're aware of the guy back at the house and everyone in the neighborhood was aware of it?
I can't say everybody, but it was, people that were posting things, neighbors talk to neighbors, so I suppose most neighbors were aware that there were break-ins occurring.
And not just break-ins, but break-ins at Larry English's house.
I don't know who knew about that, but
you may not know who in particular were aware of it, but you told the GBI that everyone in the neighborhood was aware of. And I understand that's a figure of speech.
Right.
But you told the GBI that.
Okay. Yeah.
Correct?
Yep.
Okay. You were also aware that not only was this black male on the dock and at Larry English's house on multiple occasions, but that things were missing from Mr. English's house.
Right.
In fact, you were aware that electronics were stolen and a cooler was stolen.
Objection to what Larry English told him. I know the form of the question is you're aware of this, but the only way Mr. Albenzi would be aware of this is if it was hearsay coming from Mr. English. And I believe Mr. Rubin previously objected to my asking this witness what Mr. Larry English told him. So anything he's aware of from Mr. English would come from Mr. English, it would be hearsay.
And I'm not asking, I'm not offering it for the truth of the matter, whether the items were actually stolen, but to go to this witness's knowledge and to explain why he did what he did on February 23rd.
I understand it's not being admitted for the truth of the statement itself, just to explain the witness. Go ahead.
Okay. So, Mr. Albenzi, you had knowledge, you were aware that items were stolen from Mr. English's house.
Yes.
And items were in his boat stored at the house.
Right.
And those items were electronics, right?
Yep.
And a Yeti cooler.
Yep.
And so you were aware of, well, let me back up. To your knowledge, those items had never been recovered.
I do not know.
Okay. Were you present at Mr. English's house on February 11th, 2020, when police arrived at the house?
I think I walked down, saw the blue lights. You know, they flash all over the place. So I went down there to see what's going on.
And this is at night?
Right.
It's dark out?
Yeah.
Same, it was dark from the video you saw. I'm sorry, I'm going back to the previous video from Mr. English's house. It was dark that time too?
I can't remember if there was lighting. I don't know if there was a lamp back there. What I don't recall.
But it was at night?
It was at night.
Okay, so now February 11th, 2020, you see blue lights in front of Mr. English's house at 220 Satilla Drive, correct?
Right.
You were curious.
I was.
You knew about Mr. English's previous problems.
Yeah.
With theft at his house, right? So you went down to see what was going on.
Right.
Did you see Travis McMichael down there?
Can't remember if he was there or not. I think he was there.
Okay. Did you see Greg McMichael there?
I don't remember.
Okay. But you do remember Travis?
Pretty sure.
Do you remember talking to any officers there?
I think I do remember talking to one officer.
After you went down there on the 11th, did you have any more conversations with Larry English about his house?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Subi Lawrence about the thefts in the neighborhood?
Possibly.
You're friends with Miss Lawrence, or at least neighborhood acquaintances?
Yeah, neighborly friends.
Diego Perez?
Yeah.
Ronnie Olson?
Yeah.
And Ronnie lives at the corner.
Right, that's Ronnie's garbage cans there.
Right, so the property, the oak tree where you stood behind to make your call, this is right in Ronnie Olson's front yard.
That's right.
And if Mr. English is 220 Satilla Drive, Ronnie Olson is 219 Satilla, across from Mr. English.
Yes, he is.
Okay. Do you ever talk to Brooke Perez?
Occasionally.
About theft in the neighborhood?
I don't know what all we talked about.
Okay. The man you saw in the videos that Larry English showed you, and the man you saw on February 23rd, 2020, you had not seen either of those men before in the neighborhood?
No.
Okay. You never saw either man, if they're different, to your knowledge, jogging in the neighborhood? Now, how long you've lived there? 32 years?
Yeah.
Okay. Not aware of that man or a man fitting that description jogging in the neighborhood?
No.
Okay. The man that you saw when you first saw him on February 23rd was not jogging.
No.
In fact, he was just standing in the yard.
That's right.
Did you see him look around?
It seemed like he was just looking around.
Okay. Wasn't bent over, out of breath?
No.
Wasn't tying his shoes, lacing them up?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. You didn't know if that man was armed or not?
No.
Okay. Before you went down to make your phone call at the corner of Satilla and Jones, you grabbed two things.
Yep.
Cell phone.
Yep.
And your 9mm.
That's right.
Put the 9mm in your pocket.
I did.
That's for your protection.
Yep.
Because you just didn't know what was going on there.
Nope.
Okay. You called 911. You called the non-emergency number. And as you're calling, you're looking at the house.
Right.
and you see a person in the house.
I saw the person, then I called.
Okay, saw a person through the window of the house.
Right.
The window, I'm trying not to get in anybody's way. The front of the house is over here. Here's the garages, right?
Right.
The window's over here.
Right.
You saw the man that you suspected as being an intruder walking through the house through those windows.
Right.
At some point, you stepped out from behind the oak tree,
Right.
and that man came out and then took off.
Yeah.
You suspected he saw you, and that's why he took off.
I don't know.
I know you don't know, but you suspected it.
I don't know why he took off running. I don't know if he saw me or not.
Well, you told Diego Perez you suspected he saw you.
Okay, then.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you told the GBI that you suspected he saw you. At least was possible in your mind, and you felt some guilt over that.
I did.
Because you felt like you put into motion these events that turned tragic.
I thought maybe if he hadn't seen me, he wouldn't have run away. I don't know.
Right. And that, of course, it still weighs heavy on your heart.
Yes.
Okay. After while you were making your call, and you watched him run off into the neighborhood, right? You continued to walk down Satilla, past Mr. Wade's house, who's right there,
Right.
to at least in front of Diego Perez's house, right?
Right.
So that's 2 houses down from Larry English's house.
Right.
And that's where you made your motion,
Right.
right? At that point, you're only 2 houses from the McMichaels house, correct?
2 or 3, I suppose. Yeah.
Okay. Prior to Ahmaud Arbery, the man we now know to be Ahmaud Arbery, running out of the house, did you ever see him through the window duck down?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. You don't recall?
I don't recall.
Okay. Excuse me 1 minute, Ms. Chavez. Thank you, Judge. That's all I have, Ms. Chavez.
Hold on just a second, sir. Anything from the other defendants?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Albenzi.
Morning.
I'm Jessica Burton. I am co-counsel for Roddy Bryan. First, I understand you might know my co-counsel, Kevin Goff.
I helped my brother clean some trees up at his yard after one of the hurricanes several years ago.
Okay, so then you have not spoken with Mr. Goff then about your testimony today?
No.
Okay. Did you speak with Roddy Bryan on February 23rd, 2020 prior to the incident?
No.
Okay. And at that point, you hadn't spoken with him for several years at that point, is that correct?
I suppose that's correct.
Okay. And on February 23rd, 2020, prior to the incident, you also did not see him,
No.
correct? Okay. That's all I have for you. Thank you.
Any redirect from the state?
Yes, Judge. So when we're talking about what you're aware of with regard to Larry English, you were aware that he suspected his contractors of stealing the items off the boat.
I wouldn't say he suspected them, but maybe that was a possibility.
And how did you learn about that possibility?
I mean, we spoke about it.
And you're aware that he had no idea if the items were stolen off the boat while the boat was at that construction site or somewhere else?
I have no idea.
Okay. And you don't know what's in the mind of the other neighbors within the Satilla Shores neighborhood, do you?
No.
You have no idea who knows what about Larry English's property, do you?
No.
And the video he showed you was the one on the dock, and I think you said between October and November?
Yeah.
Okay. I think defense counsel asked you if you were friends with Subi Lawrence.
Right.
Okay. But I think it was unclear. Did you talk to Subi Lawrence at all about Larry English's house?
I don't recall. We don't speak very often.
Okay. And Diego Perez, you know him.
Right.
Did you talk with him about Larry English's house?
I may have, but I couldn't tell you what the conversation was or when it was or what it was about. But I mean, we talk about these things, you know, neighbors share concerns about what's going on.
Okay. But you don't have any specific recollections of these things?
No.
Okay. And Ronnie Olson is one of your good friends, right?
His buddy, yeah.
Okay. And at one point in time, did you and Mr. Olson believe that the crime that was happening at Satilla Shores was due to a homeless guy under a bridge?
I don't know. I heard people talk about homeless people under the bridge. I never saw them. Don't know.
Okay. But this was something else that the people in the neighborhood were talking about, right?
Right.
Okay. And that homeless guy under the bridge, he was a suspect in the 2019 entering autos, right?
I don't know.
Well, did you suspect him?
No. I mean, I don't even know if there was a homeless guy under the bridge, so no.
So this is all just rumor and innuendo going around?
I suppose, yeah.
Now, you just testified, you don't know if Mr. Arbery saw you or not from inside the house where you were standing under the tree, right?
No, I don't.
Okay. And you told Diego Perez that you didn't know whether he saw you or not. Is that what you told Diego Perez?
I don't remember what I told Diego.
Okay. And the direction Mr. Arbery ran when he left the house, he went towards the McMichael house, right?
Yes.
Okay. If he'd gone the other way, where would he have gone?
Out towards Highway 17.
Out towards Highway 17.
Right.
Out of Satilla Shores.
Right.
I'll pass the witness if there's any recross.
Any recalls?
Hello, Mr. Albenzi.
Hello.
Just a quick question.
Objection.
It's two separate defendants.
Pardon me?
Right, there were no questions and
I can do it.
Okay, I'll let Mr. Rubin do it then.
You did Frank's face. Okay. I'm confused, but I guess it doesn't matter.
Well, it does. What we had was a cross by Mr. Rubin, no cross, and then we'll discuss it at break and just make sure everybody's on the same page with how we're operating. Go ahead.
Mr. Albenzi, the direction you saw the man we now know as Ahmaud Arbery run was to your left, right?
Yes.
Away from the entrance to Satilla Shores Highway 17.
Yes.
You're on the phone calling the police to come to the neighborhood and check this out. The police would be coming from the direction of Highway 17.
Yes.
Coming into the neighborhood.
Right.
Going down the street, again, in the direction that Mr. Arbery ran.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Anything for Mr. Brown?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. I know with the police witnesses, they were subject to recall. Is he subject to recall?
yes, he is subject to
All
recall.
right. You are released for the day. You are subject to recall.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir.
work through timing.
Yes, Judge. I believe our next witness will be Stephen Lowry, and I think he's going to take a while.
I would say so. Maybe this would be a good time to put another matter on the record.
We could get into him for an hour and then break for lunch, whichever the court pleases.
Well, I was planning to break. I was thinking around noon. I think that works from a timing standpoint. I don't plan to get into a full hour. So that being the case, I plan to break the witness in about 30 minutes or so.
That's fine, Judge.
All right, state's next witness.
The state called Stephen Lowry.
Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do. Go ahead and have a seat. Thank you, sir.
Take a mask off.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please go ahead and introduce yourself to the jury. Tell them your name and spell it for the court reporter.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Stephen Lowry. It's STEPHANLOWREY.
And Mr. Lowry, how are you currently employed?
I do contract work at a local business for computer repairs.
Okay.
Part-time.
Part-time. Are you also in school at the moment?
Yes, ma'am. I'm a full-time student.
Okay. And what are you studying?
Network operations and security. It's more computer stuff.
Computer stuff. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you held your current job?
I started there in May.
In May of
this year.
2021?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What were you doing before that?
I worked at FedEx for a short while as a courier, and prior to that I was in law enforcement.
Okay. Where were you employed when you were in law enforcement?
Originally with BPD, the Brunswick Police Department, and then Glenn County PD.
How long were you with Brunswick PD?
I think roughly like 4.5 or 5 years.
Okay. Do you recall when you started with them?
Late 2012.
2012. Okay, so about 4 to 5 years, you said?
Somewhere in there, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what did you do when you were with Brunswick PD?
Mostly patrol. I was assigned to narcotics for a while and a aggressive patrol division.
Okay, so mostly dealing with like drug cases, narcotics?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. After you left Brunswick PD, where did you go?
I went to Glenn County. I was already working out of that building because we shared an office. It was a joint drug unit.
Okay.
And I remained working as a drug investigator for the county for another, I think, 8 or 9 months before I went back to patrol.
Okay. Do you remember when you started in terms of the year with Glenn County PD?
I don't for sure.
Okay. All right, so when you started with Glenn County PD, what was your position there?
A narcotics investigator.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to February 23rd, 2020, okay?
Okay.
Were you with Glenn County PD at that time?
I was.
Okay. What was your position at that time?
Criminal investigator.
Okay. And were you with a specific department?
Yes, ma'am, the Glenn County PD.
Okay. Department within that agency?
Division, the Criminal Investigation Division.
Okay, all right. And can you just please tell the jurors, what were your primary duties?
Investigating crimes that surpassed, I guess, what patrol officers could handle with their equipment and their training.
Okay. And were you post-certified at that time?
Yes.
Does that essentially mean that you had arrest powers under Georgia law?
Yes.
Okay. Now, before February 23rd of 2020, had you worked homicide cases?
I'd assisted with some, but never any of my own.
Never any of your own?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember how many you had assisted with?
Not many.
Like a ballpark number?
Maybe between 1 and 5. I don't think we had many.
Okay, so between 1 and 5 homicide cases?
Yes, maybe. That's very, very rough.
Okay. And homicide meaning someone's dead?
Well, I can think of one that I did work on just in the sense of someone being dead, but it was a drug sale kind of thing.
Okay, all right. And were you the lead on any of these homicide cases?
The drug overdose case I was, but that wasn't kind of what I was thinking of with homicide. I've never had a homicide involving like prior to this, any sort of, I guess, violent act, touching, shooting, or anything like that.
Okay, so no shooting homicide. Is that correct?
Yes.
And no like stabbing homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So did you become, actually, strike that, how many citizens arrest cases had you worked prior to February 23rd, 2020?
None.
None, okay. Did you become involved in the investigation into the death of Ahmaud Arbery?
I did.
Can you tell us how you became involved in that?
Yes, I was the on-call investigator that day. I was called out to the scene.
And which day are we talking about?
February 23rd of 2020.
Okay. So do you remember what time you were called out?
I don't. I think it was somewhat early afternoon.
Okay, so early afternoon.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you remember who called you out?
I believe it was Sergeant Oliver.
Sergeant Oliver. Okay. So when you're called out, what do you do?
I got dressed in my uniform, got into my car, and responded to the scene.
Okay. When you say uniform, describe that for us.
At the time, it was, for us in CID, it was khaki BDU pants and a green polo.
Okay.
With a county badge and, yeah.
I'm sorry, I spoke over you. Go ahead.
Just a green polo with a county badge.
Okay. Were you wearing any kind of body cam?
No.
Okay. Explain why not.
The body cams we were using a fix with magnets. I wasn't wearing a plate carrier that had my magnet inside of it, so I wasn't recording.
Okay. And what car were you driving? Did you drive to the scene?
It would have been an unmarked county car. I don't remember the make and model, but it was probably a Ford Fusion.
Okay. And when you say unmarked, what does that mean?
It's equipped with police equipment like lights, sirens, all that, but it's unmarked. It doesn't have Glenn County PD markings or any police markings.
Okay. And was that car equipped with dash cam?
No.
Okay. So no dash cam on that day?
Correct.
Okay. So where was this scene located that you were called out to?
In Satilla Shores here in Glenn County.
Okay. And when you arrived on scene, tell the jury what it looked like. What did you see?
I arrived on scene. I saw the decedent laying in the roadway with caution tape or police crime scene tape surrounding him. I spoke to Officer Roberts, who kind of briefed me on the information that she had gathered at that point.
Okay. So you spoke to Officer Roberts. Did Officer Roberts hand anything over to you?
She did.
What did she hand over?
It was a thumb drive that was containing video footage from I think Diego Perez.
Okay. And did you come to find out that there was a certain cell phone that was in another officer's car?
I did.
Okay. Whose cell phone was that?
That was Mr. William Bryan's cell phone, okay. And it was in Sergeant Leska's car.
Okay. And what did you do after that?
I spoke briefly with Mr. Bryan, who was on scene.
Okay.
I was told by another officer that he had already given consent for us to view a video that he had taken on his phone. I spoke to him and just reconfirmed that verbal consent, and I viewed it on scene. Okay. And then I spoke with him a little longer. I got him to agree to come back to Glenn County headquarters for an interview so that we could speak to him a little bit more in depth and do a download of the phone. He agreed.
Where was Mr. Bryan on scene when you spoke with him?
He was standing on the corner of, I believe it was Holmes and Burford, next to a bicycle and a tree.
Okay, all right. And just going back for a moment, did you recognize any, other than the law enforcement officers who you obviously knew because you worked with them, did you recognize anyone else on scene that day?
Yes, I recognized Greg McMichael.
Okay, and do you see him in court today? And if you need to stand up, you can do that.
No. Is that him there?
Where are you pointing to?
To my right of the woman in the yellow shirt. I haven't seen him in a while. He looks a little different.
He looks a little different. Okay.
I apologize.
Okay. And what color is he wearing for the record?
Blue jacket and I think a blue tie.
Okay. Your Honor, let the record reflect that he has just identified Greg McMichael. So how did you recognize Greg McMichael?
I had seen him before coming to the police department I always assumed he was delivering subpoenas, but I'd seen him coming in the back door carrying papers sometimes, and I knew that he was an investigator for the Glenn DA's office. So.
Okay. And what was your relationship with him, if any?
There wasn't one. I mean, maybe, hey man, as I pass him, if I happen to be coming in as he's going out or something.
Okay, all right. Did you all ever kind of go over to each other's houses or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Do you recognize William Bryan, who you
Yes.
spoke of on scene? Okay. Can you just point him out, describe what he's wearing?
It's going to be Mr. Bryan there. He's got on a blue jacket and a gray shirt. I can't make out the tie color.
Okay, let the record reflect that he has just identified
Yes.
William Bryan. So, Mr. Lowry, so you said you got the phone and you said you viewed the video.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you spoke with Mr. Bryan to ask him if he would come to headquarters for an interview. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. When you spoke with him, did you pressure him in any way to talk to you?
No.
Okay. Did you?
I'll object. We can put that in context. When and where is this taking place?
I can ask specifically. Sure. So the questions I'm asking you now, are you still located on the scene?
Yes.
Okay, there at the intersection of Holmes and Satilla.
Yes.
And Satilla Shores, right? Okay. So at the point where you're talking to Mr. Bryan, you testified that he was near a bicycle
Yes.
there? Okay. So at that point, did you pressure him in any way to come talk to you at headquarters?
No pressure. I just asked if he would mind.
If he would mind coming to talk to you?
Something to that effect, yeah.
And what did he say?
It wasn't a problem or okay. He seemed willing to go.
Okay. Did you promise him anything of benefit, anything like that?
No.
At that point, was he under arrest?
No.
Was he detained?
No.
Was he in any kind of custody?
No.
Okay. So, what happened next?
I went back to headquarters and I conducted an interview with Mr. Bryan.
Okay. And how did Mr. Bryan get back to headquarters?
He drove his own vehicle.
He drove his own vehicle. By chance, do you recall what vehicle he was driving?
It was a Chevy Silverado. I think it was like dark gray.
You said what now?
Chevy Silverado. I think it was dark gray.
Okay. And when he got back to headquarters, where did he go for that interview?
One of our interview rooms.
Okay. And are those rooms equipped with video
Yes.
to record and audio as well?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in the beginning of your video interview, did you go over any kind of forms with Mr. Bryan?
Yes. I think I went over a consent to search form. Even though he had already given verbal consent, I think I just filled out a written form.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Lowry, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 298. Take a look at it and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, this is the form that I filled out.
Okay, and is it a true and accurate copy of that form?
Yes.
Appear to be altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, at this time we would tender State's 298.
No objection.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge?
Go ahead.
Okay, so let's see if I can get this to work for me here. So, Mr. Lowry, I'm going to ask you, can you see this on your form?
Yes, ma'am.
On your monitor?
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
So if you can just make sure you're projecting your voice and speaking into the microphone, can you just go ahead and read this? What does it say here at the top?
It's the Glenn County Police Department General Investigations Unit.
Okay, and I won't ask you to read all this fine print. That's the address and all that, right?
Yes.
Okay, so start from here and just read that for us.
Consent to search form, cellular phone. I've just got a blank where I search of my cellular telephone under my control or custody. I hereby permit Investigator S. Lowry and any other officers designated by him or her to assist in the search of my phone. The location of the phone is listed as 157 Public Safety Boulevard. Make is an iPhone. It's a Model 8. And I didn't list the serial IMEI service, and there was no PIN. Underneath that, it says, I understand the purpose of this consent to search is for the express purpose of searching said cellular telephone for evidence relating to the crime of aggravated assault or homicide. I have not been promised a reward of any type. I have not been threatened in any manner. I freely and voluntarily give my consent to conduct said search of the above described telephone to the above officer with full understanding of my rights and actions. I understand that this consent is voluntary on my part and may be revoked at any time. Signed this 23rd day of February 2020, signed by Mr. Bryan.
Okay. And did you pressure him or force him in any way to sign that?
No, ma'am.
Okay, you didn't promise him anything?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, you may just, they're a little finicky today, so.
Yes, sir.
If you get it too close to you, it may give you some feedback.
Mr. Lowry, you talked about the interview being audio and video recorded, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, before coming to court today to testify, were you able to review that recording of Mr. Bryan's interview in its entirety?
Yes.
Does it appear to be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, we would tender states 195.
No objection. No objection.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Thank you. Now, in conjunction with that audio recording and video recorded interview, did you also look at the transcript prepared of that interview?
I did.
Okay. And did you look at it in its entirety?
I did.
Did it seem to match up the interview itself?
It did.
Was the wording identical?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And may I approach, Judge?
Yes.
So I'm showing you what's been marked. For the purposes of identification as States Exhibit 195A, is that the same transcript that you reviewed that we just talked about?
Yes, it looks like it is.
Okay. At this time, Judge, we would tender 195A.
No objection.
Correct.
Just for the record, Your Honor.
For the record. It's admitted for the record.
Okay, Mr. Lowry, so let's go ahead and go through some of these statements that Mr. Bryan made to you, okay? So you have the transcript there, and I'm also going to put excerpts up on this screen right here. So you can follow in the transcript or you can follow up on the screen, okay? All right, so just starting with the basics, did Mr. Bryan tell you what he was doing on the day in question on the 23rd of February 2020 around 1 p.m. or so?
I can't read what's on the screen.
There's nothing on there right now. But are you not able to?
I was looking for the page and line references.
Okay, not for this, but when I start putting it up, it should be up there. Okay. So did he tell you what he was doing around 1 p.m. on February 23rd, 2020?
Yes, I believe he was working on his porch or his garage or something like that.
Okay. And do you remember specifically what he said he was doing?
I can find it.
Okay, if looking at the transcript will help you, go ahead and look at that.
Yes, he did say on the front porch.
Okay, so he's working on his front porch, and did he say that something happened to kind of catch his attention?
Yes.
As he's working on his front porch.
Yes.
What did he say happened?
I looked up. Can I quote it?
Okay, let's do this. Let me direct you to the line. Okay, so go to page 4.
Yes, ma'am.
Lines 11 through 12, and stop at that period there after road.
Okay. Mr. Bryan says, front porch of the house, I looked up, see a black guy running down the road.
Okay, and did he also say something about a truck nearby?
Yes.
Okay, and you don't have to quote, you can just speak from your memory of the transcript at this point.
Yes, he saw a truck paralleling or following the other person he identified.
As the black guy running?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, and after this, what did he do?
He said, y'all got him, like a question.
Okay, and did he say that to the black guy or to the truck?
To the truck.
Did he ever ask the black guy if he was okay?
Not that he told me.
Did he ever ask the black guy if he needed help?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So after he hollered, y'all got him, what did he do?
He went to go to his truck to assist and realized he didn't have his keys. So he went back into his house, retrieved the keys, and got in his truck and kind of joined in.
Okay. And 307 Burford, Mr. Bryan's address. What neighborhood is that located in?
It's in Satilla Shores.
Okay. So I'm going to put up here on the screen, right here. So at the point where Mr. Bryan gets in his truck, did he go out onto the road?
No. Should I read again or just my own words?
Your own words is fine.
No, he sat there for a second and kind of assessed, waited on Mr. Arbery to come back towards him.
Okay. And what road is directly in front of Mr. Bryan's house?
Burford.
Okay. So if you can just read here, page 5, lines 18 through 25.
Okay. So I just kind of sat there for a minute and didn't really...
I'm going to object. I think we got a matter we need to take up outside the jury.
Okay.
Okay. Well, let's do this then. Ladies and gentlemen, probably a good breaking point then for lunch. We're going to break until, since we're going to be addressing some matters before the court, probably 1 o'clock. Let's plan on 1 o'clock for the continuation of the evidence. Again, hold on a second. During the break, do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anybody else. Don't go looking for any information about the case. And again, if somebody's talking about it in your presence of hearing, please let the court know, and we'll see if we need to address that. Thank you.
All right, jury.
All right, sir, I'm going to ask that you go ahead and step down.
Yes, sir.
If I could have you back here just before 1 o'clock for continuation of evidence in the case. I remind you that you are under oath, so do not discuss your testimony with anyone during the break.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Goff.
Your Honor, it seems like it's getting increasingly more difficult for Mr. Bryan to receive a fair trial. And I'm not saying that the state is trying to make it difficult, but as a practical matter, the state is cutting these statements, and I understand the desire to satisfy the McMichael defendants and their root concerns, but the state is cutting up these statements so they are fundamentally being changed. And then when I try and cross-examine, the answer is going to be, oh, well, we didn't have any choice, and I'm not saying that there isn't some truth to that, but we're cutting up these statements to the point where what's being presented is consciously or unconsciously misleading. We're also, instead of asking, as I thought we did the other day with the Mr. Minshew, we're not asking, directing your attention to page so-and-so, line so-and-so. Do you recall what happened next? We're editorializing and we're changing the meaning of what's being said. For example, Roddy Bryan never said in the transcript that he hollered at anyone. More to the point, it's clear from the transcript itself that it was evident to Mr. Bryan that nobody could hear him. The characterization of what he's doing as hollering is unsupported by the record, it's unsupported by the transcript, and then I have to try and get into that. We're talking about seeing the black guy going by. It's not clear that he's being followed by the truck. Now, I understand the state wants to present that through other evidence. We've got the Night Owl video and so forth, but this is, for Mr. Bryan, this is a critical witness in the case. And this material is being cut up and presented in a way that's troubling. For example, Ms. Oliveira, and I'm not saying it's done intentionally, I understand the difficulty here. But for example, we've heard the words chase used, the police report used the words follow. Now all of a sudden, Mr. Bryan is saying that he joined in. Mr. Bryan never used those words. And I would point out, Your Honor, that the way all this is happening is that the state is leading former Detective Lowry through the statement. Now, if he's leading him to pages and lines, and he's simply directed to that point to present evidence to the court, that's one thing. But to be leading the witness into statements like hollered and joined in, that is not simply allowing the state to get the evidence in front of the jury. It is leading to twist the narrative in ways that I would respectfully submit, whether the state pondered it or not, are simply unfair and violative of my client's rights. And it's not that we're not trying to work through it, and maybe over lunch some of these issues will go away. And I'm not asking the court at this point to bring the jury back in and give a curative instruction. I'm not asking for any admonishments, but I would just urge the state, and maybe the court could provide some guidance, that if we're going to go beyond asking page and line references and what was actually said, then we're not going to be able to lead them there. I can lead all day long. I can do that, but they can't.
Let me join in this, because the statements that are being made, did he indicate that he joined in? Yes, he did. What did he say? I got in my car and pulled into the road. That's a problem. He's not saying he joined in. He just says, I got in my car, but because of the question. So we join in that motion. It is unfair characterization. I think the court should say, from this point forward, you just need to say, read line 1 or 2 through line 4 or 5, and leave it at that without characterizing it beyond what's actually said.
Greg McMichael joins this motion as well.
So taking on the defense aren't going to be editorializing either, and they're just pointing to one page.
What did he say is the question, not did he say.
Maybe I shouldn't have been facetious. Let me hear from the state. I do want to direct. We're doing it a little differently with this witness, and I think that may be where most of this objection seems to be coming from, but from the state.
Your Honor, on page 4 of the transcript, in terms of Mr. Goff's complaint that I used the word hollered, his client actually used the word hollered. His client said, so I started running towards my truck and I hollered at that point. I said, y'all got him? So that was a word from Mr. Bryan himself. And I understand that I didn't have excerpts for Officer Minshew's testimony, but it's essentially the transcript that the witness is reading from. It just helps as a visual aid for the jurors as well. So I went ahead and got excerpts from the transcript, but nothing has changed in terms of me adding or deleting anything.
Okay, here's what I heard. As counsel is aware, the struggle with doing the statements in this way is we're having witnesses testify to individual statements that aren't coming in because of these brutal issues and other discussions that the court was not privy to before we got into trial. So this is a different, it's not the normal way, it's not, and it's permissible to do it this way. It just creates a lot of issues like this. What I think I heard, and I agree with, is what happened just a moment ago is the witness effectively summarized what he thought the statement was and then was asked again what the statement was, and the statement got presented on the screen. That's how I heard it. The objection to that is similar to objections I was getting about getting into the minds of the individual who's making the statement, and from my perspective, sort of mixing up true statements by individuals and what other people thought they may be saying. And that's been going round and round, I think, with a number of different witnesses here. And I'm trying to figure out how to bring this together in a nice bow to be clear. But where I'm going with it is, if we've got a witness up on the stand and he's putting up the defendant's statement, we need to ensure for the jury and for the clarity of the transcript what the defendant's statement is, as opposed to somebody else's interpretation. Y'all can argue whatever you want about those statements at some point later in the trial. And that's starting to be what's going on here. You'll have that opportunity. I'll give you that full opportunity at some point. But that's not what we're doing here. And so what I'd like to do is, instead of getting somebody to interpret the statement, if it exists in the transcript, present the statement. And if there is a rule of completeness issue, let's go ahead and put the complete statement out there if you believe that there is more to the statement than has been presented.
Yes, Your Honor. And if I may just add one thing, I know in the course of preparing for this trial and preparing for these statements to come in, we've spoken with the defense attorneys regarding, some statements will be specific quotes, while others will be generally, what did he say or what did he do? And they seem to agree with that. Okay, am I not correct? Didn't we have that conversation? So
here's what I've discovered about all these agreements that were made before trial is the moment the evidence started coming, all these agreements, everyone says, oh, Your Honor, we're not holding everybody to the agreements we had before trial. I will point out, none of these agreements were presented to the court in writing. There's nothing that I have to enforce them or not enforce them. I had encouraged counsel to go ahead and agree to whatever could be agreed to. Apparently some of those agreements weren't as clear as counsel believed they were. There is very little the court can do about that. What I'm telling you, though, for clarity, given this way that we're presenting the evidence, I think it's only fair that the jury understand what the statements of the defendants actually were, if they're coming in this way. If there's some clarity that needs through completeness, the court's going to permit that, as I indicated in my previous rulings. But as far as editorializing on them, and that y'all are welcome to do that. You will have the facts and evidence. And again, in closing, if there are reasonable deductions that can be reached from that evidence, go ahead and argue them. We don't need to be arguing it all now.
I don't contest the state's need at some point to get into context. That's going to be an issue. And it may be, as the evidence develops, it becomes appropriate, even during the examination of this witness. Part of the problem is, I think there was an agreement by one or more of the McMichael defendants with respect to root issues in Mr. Bryant's statements. And I don't have a problem with root issues being addressed, but what's happening as you go through the red versus the blue versus the yellow is the McMichael defendants' agreements with respect to the brutal issues that my client doesn't have standing for do impact the rule of completeness, where we're parsing up the statements like, I killed him, and leave out in self-defense. That's where we're coming from. Over the break, I'll certainly do what I can to try and minimize those issues going forward. But I do think that I understand where the state's coming from with agreements on Bruton with co-counsel. But they can't resolve those issues without creating rule of completeness problems for Mr. Bryant. And I shouldn't have to spend hours going back through line by line, word by word, doing that. But we'll see.
Well, Judge, just, so the court's clear, whenever Mr. Lowry gets back on the stand,
If you could step closer to a microphone, please.
I have about 12 excerpts taken directly from the transcript that I intend to place right there, and they're right from the transcript, so it will be quotations.
Again, the court's instructed counsel how I'd like for this to proceed. If we can do it that way, then it's pretty clear to the court how we can move along. If we start deviating, then we'll see the reasons for deviating and whether we'll allow that to come in. All right. It is just about 12 o'clock. We're going to go ahead and recess until 1 o'clock for lunch. Anything from the state before we recess?
No, Your Honor.
From Travis McMichael.
No, Your Honor.
From Greg McMichael.
No, Your Honor.
From Mr. Bryan.
No, Your Honor.
All right. We will see you at 1 o'clock. Thank you. We're in recess.
Commenting on my client's race for being silent.
You need to account for this.
Your Honor, I don't want to jury here. He's commenting on my client's right to remain silent.
No, Your Honor. I am making the point that after hearing everything in the case, now he's tailoring his story to what has already been introduced.
The problem is, this is a grave constitutional violation for you to talk about the defendant's silence. And that is, and you're right on the borderline. And you may be over, but it better stop.
Understood.
This is, I can't think of the case, the initial case on it, but this is not permitted. All right, ask the jury to come in, please. I sustain the objection.
You were armed with an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle that evening, correct?
Yes.
You had it loaded with 30 rounds of full metal jacket ammunition, correct?
Yes.
That weapon with 30 rounds is capable of killing at least 30 people, correct?
Yes.
You had arranged to have Dominic Black purchase that weapon for you in Ladysmith, Wisconsin in early May of 2020. Is that correct?
We were up north shooting and not shooting. We were up north going camping, and Dominic Black brought his rifle, and we were talking. I was like, "Hey, what if we get a rifle for me? I'll give you the money. You can purchase it. It's yours until I'm 18." So I bought the rifle for Dominic, and I can use it, but once I'm 18, we can do a private sale and we can have it turned over to my name once I turned 18.
Because you knew, as a 17-year-old, you could not have that gun, correct?
I knew I could not buy that gun.
You knew you could not possess that gun also, correct?
No.
You weren't aware that under Wisconsin law,
I'm going to instruct the jury later about the law. So, and that he wouldn't, what he thinks on the subject is not dispositive anyway, so it was unlawful for him to purchase the gun.
it wasn't just unlawful for you to purchase it, it was unlawful for you to bring it home, correct?
In Illinois, I wasn't able to bring it home because I didn't have a FOID card, a firearm owner identification card, in Illinois.
You knew in Illinois that you couldn't get that until you turned 18, correct?
No, you can get a FOID card at 16 in Illinois.
But you didn't have one.
I did not.
And even after this gun was purchased for you in May, you never got one after that either, did you?
Actually, I applied for a FOID card in May of 2020, but due to the charges, and there was a backlog in Illinois for the FOID card, but after you filed the charges against me, it was denied because of the charges here in this state.
You found out about that after you were criminally charged in this case?
I found out about this in November of 2020. A letter was sent to my old residence.
So you knew that without that FOID card, the gun could not go back to your residence in Illinois, correct?
Correct.
And you agreed that the gun would be kept at Dominic Black's stepfather's house here in Kenosha, correct?
Because he had a safe, yes.
And you agreed that you wouldn't have access to that gun, correct?
We agreed that the only time I would use the gun is when I was with him and we would go to like the Bristol shooting range or up north to his land.
But the only time prior to the night of August 25th, 2020 that you ever used that gun was up in Ladysmith, correct?
Correct.
So you didn't go to the Bristol shooting range ever
I
with
did.
that gun?
Not with that rifle, but I did.
Pay attention to my question, please. You didn't ever go to the Bristol shooting range with that gun, correct?
Correct.
And you picked out that gun because Dominic had one, correct?
Yeah.
You could have, if you wanted to, chosen from any number of guns that were for sale, fair enough?
That were at that store, there weren't many, but yes.
I'm sure the store in Ladysmith isn't the only store that sells guns, correct?
You can ask questions.
That was a question.
No, it was a statement.
Isn't it correct, Mr. Rittenhouse, that there are other places to purchase guns besides that one store in Ladysmith, Wisconsin?
I believe so, but that's where we're at, so that's where we got the gun.
And you, if you wanted to, could have given Dominic Black money to purchase a gun at other locations, fair?
Didn't cross my mind, but now that you say it, yeah.
Why did you pick or want Dominic Black to buy for you an AR-15 as opposed to a pistol or a shotgun or some other type of rifle?
I cannot legally possess or carry a pistol because I'm not 18 in Wisconsin. I believe it's 18 in Wisconsin for a pistol. But with the rifle, I knew I could possess that rifle. I knew I couldn't buy it, but I knew I could like take it to like the shooting range or possess it. And with shotguns, they didn't have any shotguns in stock. That was my original plan, to get a shotgun for trap shooting, but there weren't any at that Ladysmith store, and I didn't want to go to Walmart and buy one.
So your understanding at that time was that Wisconsin law prohibited you as a 17-year-old from possessing a pistol, but you could have an AR-15?
Yes.
What was that understanding based on?
The understanding was based on when we would go up north, it was me, Dominic, and my sister, and we were allowed to carry the rifles around, and the officers over there said it was fine.
I'm going to move to strike as hearsay as to what officers would have told
You
them.
asked the question on what the source of his knowledge was. It's not admissible, and none of this is, frankly, and that's why I interrupted before. What the defendant believes the law to be, what the district attorney believes the law to be, what the defense believes the law to be, are irrelevant. I will tell you when I instruct you what the law of Wisconsin is pertaining to the possession of a firearm by a person under 18, and that'll be the source of your knowledge. I'm allowing the testimony right now because it bears on there's an old maxim under the law, ignorantia juris non excusat. Ignorance of the law is not an excuse. Ignorance of the criminal law is not an excuse. If you commit a criminal act, whether you knew it was criminal or not, you're responsible for your conduct, and because you're responsible to know the law. It's not relevant except in this case. There are specific issues about his awareness and knowledge about certain conduct that is relevant on some issues. So
Okay. No, this is not Rittenhauer's case. I don't know why you would think that. Yeah, it clearly say trial for Ahmaud Arbery. Hey, how y'all doing? I got on black, that's why. Stop. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, that Rittenhauer case, that looked a little crazy. So how long is the recess for? An hour? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and pause for recess. We'll go ahead and pause for recess. I'm gonna leave it up and I'll be back when they come back. Okay. All right. I'm gonna leave it up and I'll be back when they come back. See if I can do it this way. Let's see something.
Yes, let's talk about that.
That is not cool, I think.
Yeah, I meant to, in fact, maybe got eye contact. Hold on just a second, sir. Yeah, I noticed that. I didn't want to, actually, I'm not sure I want to do this on the record, but if we could maybe discuss if there is some personal information like that that's part of a recording, or let's figure out whether that's something that can be removed. I don't think it needs, information like that needs to come up in questioning unless you can explain to me, I'm looking at everybody, how it's material to the case. But under the circumstances of this case, I do ask that if not personal identifying information, if things as specific as a telephone number are out there, I ask that they not be injected into the case unless they are material in some way.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Thank you for reminding me, Ms. Hope. All right. Come on forward. All right. I'll remind you under oath. Sure. Go have a seat. All right. Let's go get the panel.
All rise for the jury. Please proceed.
All right, good afternoon. Welcome back. Hopefully everybody enjoyed their lunch. We are ready to go ahead and proceed with the evidence in this case from the state.
Thanks, Your Honor. So, Mr. Lowry, to follow up on something we talked about before, what was your role in this investigation, in this case?
I was initially lead before it was given or taken by the GBI.
Okay.
Because I was on call that day.
Okay, so you were a lead detective?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so before we took a break, you testified that Mr. Bryan hollered at the truck y'all got him. You
Yes,
remember
ma'am.
that?
I do.
And then he proceeded to get into his truck. Is
Yes.
that correct? Okay.
Yes.
So let's talk about what happened after that. If you can just look at the screen. Sure, I can. Okay. And Mr. Lowry, have you seen these excerpts from the transcript?
I have.
Have we gone through them together in preparation for your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so if you can just read there on page 5, starting at line 18 and down to line 25.
So I just kind of sat there for a minute and didn't really know what to do, and then he was trucking. So I mean, he closed in on me quick, and as soon as he got up to me, I overshot the road. I was kind of angled. I overshot the road and forced him to go down into the ditch right there. I say, okay, and then Mr. Bryan says, I don't know if he went through.
Okay, so starting from line 18, who is talking there?
Mr. Bryan.
Okay, so he's saying he kind of angled and then overshot the road and forced Ahmaud to go into a ditch. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and which road are we on here? Which road is he talking about, Mr. Bryan?
I think this is still on Burford.
Burford Road, okay. Is that right outside his driveway?
Yes.
Okay. So let's now talk about the second incident with Mr. Bryan and Ahmaud. If you can just read here, starting from line 1.
The water or over it or what, but he bounced around me. So I was hanging on pretty good. And I think I backed up into my driveway and came back this way.
Okay, so I'm going to stop you there. Is this page a continuation of the one that we just went over?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, so can you start then reading from 25 and then go straight on to this second page?
I can.
Okay?
Mr. Bryan says, I don't know if he went through the water or over it or what, but he bounced around me, so I was hanging on pretty good, and I think I backed up into my driveway and came back this way.
Okay, and what do you say?
I say, okay, and then Mr. Bryan says, and I angled my truck at him again. I think he kind of turned around. I missed him or whatever, but that's when I told the other officer this. We were still right about in this area right here. And I say, mm-hmm.
Okay, so this second incident here, when Mr. Bryan is talking about angling my truck at him again, which road are we on? Are they on with this second incident?
I believe this is still on Burford, just maybe a little bit further down.
Okay, so Burford Road.
All right, I'm going to check. Leading characterization, second incident? That wasn't what the witness said.
You explain.
So when we talk about second incident, Mr. Lowry, what are we talking about? What are we referencing?
The second time that Mr. Bryan would have tried to use his vehicle to steer Mr. Arbery off the road.
Okay. From your interview with Mr. Bryan, was there a third time he tried to do that?
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about that. Okay, so looking at, let me see what page we're on here. Page 6, lines 11 through 20. Can you go ahead and read that, please?
I can. Mr. Bryan says, not back to the road that it happened on yet. I think I backed up and kind of went at him a little bit, and I can see that he was coming towards the truck. I mean, I had my window down. He was coming. He was trying to get in the truck at that point, so I slammed it in a drive and jumped out away from him. I mean, and me and the other officer looked. My truck's dirty. You can see where his hands were on the side, almost at the door, where he was, trying to get it open, so.
Okay, so here, when Mr. Bryan says not back to the road that it happened on yet, which road did it happen on, meaning the incident?
Holmes Road.
Okay, so at this point, Mr. Bryan's saying he's not back on that road yet. So which road was Mr. Bryan on when this happened?
Still Burford.
Burford Road, okay. Is there another time in the interview that Mr. Bryan doubles back to talk about here again with his belief that the victim tried to get into his truck?
I object to the characterization, doubles back. Can we find another way to ask that question that's a little less loaded?
I can try. So, Mr. Lowry, during the course of your interview with Mr. Bryan, does he mention for a second time that his belief that the victim tried to get into his truck?
I don't believe if he mentioned it a second. You're talking about during the sit-down interview. He did say it there, yes.
Okay.
I don't remember if that was the first or a second time.
Okay, so go ahead and look in your transcript. Don't read anything, just look to refresh your recollection at page 18, lines 1 through 13.
Oh, yes, okay.
Okay, so in this quote that we just read, Mr. Bryan is talking about backing up and going at the victim and saying his belief that the victim was trying to get into his truck, right?
Object to the leading going at?
Well, it's what he's saying here.
I don't think she's got that correct.
The transcript's on the screen, so ladies and gentlemen, the transcript is what reflects the statement of the defendant. Go ahead.
So Mr. Bryan again mentioned something about the victim, his belief that the victim was going into his truck on page 18, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's look at that one. If you can just read that, starting from line 1, going to line 13.
Okay. I say, okay, all right, and you said that you had handprints on your truck from where the guy was trying to get into it. Mr. Bryan says, I feel pretty sure that's what he was doing. I mean, I can't say for sure that he wasn't on the door. I didn't give him a chance to get to the door, but after I angled him off the side of the road, and I kind of went on past him because I didn't hit him, wish I would have, might have took him out and not get him shot. But I probably got past him a little bit, and he come up on me, and I could see him in my mirror, and he was coming for the door, and I seen his hands on right behind the door.
Okay, so in this one, Mr. Bryan's talking about wishing he had hit the victim, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, was there a fourth incident where Mr. Bryan is talking about making contact with the victim in the case?
Yes, I believe the one you're referring to is the intersection of Holmes and Satilla, or Holmes and Burford.
Okay, so let's look at that one. So going to page 13, lines 9 through 25, go ahead and read that for us, please.
Mr. Bryan says, I think I backed into my drive and then continued on Burford towards, and I say, the entrance, because you said you passed the road first. Mr. Bryan says, yeah, towards the entrance, but I confronted him, angled at him again before we got to the road he was laying on. I say, yeah. Mr. Bryan says, right at the house that's on the left-hand side if you're headed towards the entrance of the neighborhood. And I say, you're talking about before that, before the intersection of the road where it actually happened on? And Mr. Bryan says, right. And I say, okay.
Okay, so which street were they on when this happened?
This would have still been Burford at the intersection of Holmes.
Okay, so that corner there on Burford?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is there another time in your interview where Mr. Bryan talks about this incident that we just looked at again?
Could you refresh me?
I can. Go ahead and turn to page 14, lines 1 through 18. And just read it to yourself and let me know if your memory has been refreshed.
Okay, yes.
Okay, so at some point he kind of talked about that some more during the interview, right?
Yes.
Okay, let's look at that. So page 14, lines 1 through 18. Go ahead and read that, please.
Mr. Bryan says, yes, I mean, before then, I angled at him again. I say, okay. Mr. Bryan says, and he jumped out of the way, and I went on past. And I say, and then you passed the intersection of the road that it actually took place on? And Mr. Bryan says, right. I say, did you back up or just U-turn because you said you? And then Mr. Bryan said, I was fixing, I put it in reverse and was going to back up at him. I say, mm-hmm. Mr. Bryan says that's when he made his move to go down the road it happened on. And I say, okay, so you backed up and then turned down that road? And Mr. Bryan says, yep.
Okay. So what area are they in, meaning Mr. Bryan and the victim? What area are they in right here when this is going on?
I'm believing this is still the intersection of Burford and Holmes, or Burford where it turns into Satilla and Holmes.
Okay, because Mr. Bryan is saying that he jumped out of the way and I went past him. And then when you pass the intersection of the road it actually took place on, and then he says right. And what's the intersection where it took place?
Burford and Holmes, or Satilla and Holmes.
Satilla and Holmes, okay. And then you asked him, did you back up or just U-turn? And Mr. Bryan says, I was fixing, I put it in reverse and was going to back up at him. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then Mr. Bryan says, and that's when he made his move to go down the road it happened on. And what road did it happen on?
Holmes Road.
Okay. So this right here is when the victim made his move to go down Holmes Road where he was ultimately killed.
Yes.
So was there another incident of attempted contact between Mr. Bryan and the victim?
I'm going to object to the leading.
Was there another?
Mine is a different objection, but I'll let you rule on it.
That we're telling the witness the answer. We're not just referring to the number of the incident.
I'm permitted a little bit with the use of transcripts, so let's, if we're narrowing in on a portion of the transcript.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, we've been extremely patient, but there was a pretrial order regarding the overuse of the word victim. It can come out incidentally or by accident, but it is better to use the name of the person we're talking about. Victim is a characterization.
Just to be consistent here, again, the court's ruling is already in the record. So.
I'll try to lessen my use of the word victim, Judge. So, Mr. Lowry, did something also happen from Mr. Bryan's statement on Holmes Road?
Yes.
Let's talk about that.
Okay.
So I want to point you to page 15. Actually, before we get there, page 7, lines 9 through 16. And ask you to read right here what's on the screen.
Okay. Mr. Bryan says, all right, so I backed up and started going down that way. I think I angled at him again, kind of forced him off the road or something right in here, and he turned around. He turned around right here, the black guy did. He turned around maybe down this far or so, but he turned around and started running back the other way, and I pulled into a drive or something and started to turn around. I say, okay.
Okay. And was there a continuation of things happening on Holmes Road?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about that. So now looking at page 15, lines 13 through 25.
I'm sorry, I'm going to object to the characterization of continuing when these statements are 8 pages apart. We've gone from page 7 to page 15. It's a continuation.
Just go ahead and rephrase that then.
Okay. The last one, the last quote that we put up on the screen, was that the last thing that happened on Holmes Road? Not this one, but the one before.
Oh, I'm sorry, could you put it back?
I'll repeat it. You want me to put it back up here?
Or just repeat it?
Okay.
Either way.
Yeah, so when we talked about this last quote, was that essentially the end of what happened on Holmes Road? Okay. Did something happen after that?
Yes.
Let's talk about that. So going to page...
I'm going to object. We need to clarify, since the state has already acknowledged that this has gone through multiple times. Are we mixing together 2 different statements in the same statement? What are we doing here? I object.
I believe that's something we can talk to him about when you get him on cross, right?
You can go ahead and clarify that. Go ahead.
Clarify what?
No, but it can be clarified on cross. Go ahead.
Okay. So, Mr. Lowry, can you please read page 15, from line 13 to 25.
Yes. I say, so you went straight and missed the intersection. Mr. Bryan says, right. I say, and you were going to back up? Mr. Bryan says, and then I backed over on that other road. And I say, went up this road? And Mr. Bryan says, yeah. And he, at that point, he's still running from me. Okay, he's running from me, and I'm coming at him. But in any case, he turned around and started coming back. At that point, I think I may have angled at him again or something, but I didn't put much emphasis on it. I just wanted to get turned around.
Okay. And what road is Mr. Bryan and Ahmaud on when we see this happening?
This is on Holmes Road.
On Holmes Road, okay. And Mr. Bryan says he's running from me and I'm coming at him. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, was there something else that happened on Holmes Road after what we just discussed?
Yes, that was the shooting and the murder itself took place right after.
Okay. And is there another portion of Mr. Bryan's interview where he talks about something leading up to that? And I'll direct you to refresh your recollection to page 7, lines 19 through 25.
Yes.
7, 19 through 25. You see it?
Yes.
Okay. So that was a yes,
Yes.
Mr. Lowry? Okay, let's talk about that. Go ahead and read this to the jury.
Mr. Bryan says, at this point, I didn't really know, but I got turned around good. And by that time is when I rounded that corner enough to see the black guy was right there, but really wasn't running anymore. Looked like at this point, like I say, he just had enough of the running and he was confronted.
Okay. So Mr. Bryan is saying when he rounded the corner enough to see the black guy really wasn't running anymore. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it looked like at that point he was confronted.
Yes.
Who was confronted?
Mr. Arbery.
At some point during your interview, did you ask Mr. Bryan whether he had ever seen Mr. Arbery before?
Yes.
Okay. And what did he tell you?
No.
Okay. Did you ask him, if you can just go ahead and read page 18 on to 19, starting from lines 23. So is this where you ask him, have you seen him before?
Yes.
Okay, just read what he says.
He says, I have not seen him. I say, okay, do you know of him being involved in any past instances? Mr. Bryan says, that I know of, no. I say, okay. And he says, I mean, I just hear stuff that's been happening around the neighborhood. Nobody said anything.
So during the course of your interview, did Mr. Bryan tell you that there might be some sort of evidence on his truck?
Yes.
Okay, what did he tell you about that?
That he believed there were palm prints or fingerprints and dents on his truck.
Okay, and what did you do with that information?
After the interview, I went outside and processed his truck, photographed and collected fingerprints and fibers.
Okay, and where was that truck located?
It was in the front of the Glenn County Police Department.
Okay, did you also you said you took photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lowry, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes, and some numbers are missing, but we'll go states 200, 201, 202, 206, 205, 207, 209, 210, 211, 214, 213, and 215.
Okay.
Go ahead and look at these and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes.
Okay.
These look like the pictures that I took.
That you took, and are they fair and accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do they appear to be altered in any way?
No, ma'am.
At this time, we would tender states 200 to 202, 205 to 207, 209 to 211, and 213 to 215.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
They're admitted.
Thank you. Permission to publish, Judge.
Go ahead.
Thank you. All right. Okay, so looking at states 200, Mr. Lowry, can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Yes, that's kind of a faraway shot of a dent that was on the driver's side of Mr. Bryan's truck on the bed part of it over the tailgate, or over the gas cap.
Okay, and Judge, is it okay if he can step down just to point to where all this stuff is?
Yeah, make sure you're very careful doing that, stepping down off.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and just make sure, maybe we can kind of use this microphone. Oh, you don't have to
Right,
point
yeah,
on the
right
screen.
there on the
We're just
document,
going to
yeah.
point maybe with
Gotcha.
like this pen or your finger, whatever you want to use. So where are we looking at? What part of the truck are we looking at here?
This is the driver's side of the truck on the back by the bed.
Okay, and what did you find on that side of the truck?
There were several smudges, looked like fingerprints, a dent, and some fibers.
Okay, so in states 200, what do we see here?
In this, you can see one of the dents. That's going to be that right there.
Okay, and you also mentioned some fibers.
That's correct.
Okay, do we see the fibers or what you believed to be fibers in states 200?
I don't think you can really see them in this, but there's a closer shot of them. They're right above this dent on this black strip of plastic.
Okay, so they're in that area, we just can't see them in this picture.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm going to slide one more past you. So looking at states 201, what do we see here in this picture?
I see some of the smudges and prints that I was talking about. You can see a little bit of one right here on the front of the back driver's side door, and another one right here just above the handle of the driver's door.
Okay. So looking at 202, what are we looking at in 202?
This is just a close-up of the last picture that was shown with the same smudge right at the start of the back driver's side door, and then the smaller smudge over the handle of the driver's door.
Okay. 206.
This is the same shot again, just from a different angle. I was trying to work with the reflection and everything in the background, but
Okay.
larger smudge on just the very start of the back driver's side door, and then smaller smudge on the driver's door just above the handle.
Okay. And looking at states 205.
This, I believe, is are two smudges that were just above the, I guess you'd call it weather stripping, between the door and the window of the driver's door.
Okay. States 207.
And this is just a closer shot of the same bigger smudge that we saw on the start of the backside driver's door. Or,
Okay.
Yeah.
So this area right here, what area is this?
That would be the driver's door.
Driver's door. And then what's this?
The rear side, or rear driver's side door.
What about states 209?
209 is, I believe, it was a smudge in the middle of the door right here.
And which door?
This would be the driver's side rear door.
and states 210.
Yeah, just be aware of the juror behind you. So
I'm
as you're
sorry.
moving, she's moving, so just be aware.
Sorry.
This is another smudge. I believe this was also on the driver's side door. I just don't recall if this was from the front door or the back door.
Okay, so driver's side, either front door or back door.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, and states 211.
In this picture, you can't really see what I was trying to capture, but right about here, there was some kind of weird impression that it looked like it came from a volleyball. I could see the it's like Y shapes that would be like hexagonal on a volleyball or a soccer ball or something.
Okay, but it's not visible in states 211.
No, you can't see it at all. It was very, very faint.
Okay, did you process that at all?
No, I think I just photographed it.
Okay, and just tell the jury why not.
I thought it was a ball.
Okay.
I thought it was impact with a soccer ball or something.
Because it looked like a ball shape?
Yes.
Okay. States 214.
This is going to be closer of the white fibers that I mentioned, above that dent and above the gas cap on the driver's side of the vehicle.
And can you just point to where those supposed white fibers are?
It'll be right here on this plastic strip.
Okay. And 213.
This is the same photo, just closer. The white fibers on the plastic strip.
Okay. And state 215.
And this is the same. The white fibers on that same area, the same plastic strip.
Okay, and you can have a seat. Thank you so much. So did you note anything about the fibers as compared to the dent that you saw?
That it was directly above it. It looked like they could have happened at the same time.
Okay. Are you able to say, just by looking at all this, when any kind of contact happened?
No.
Okay, so you just saw whatever it was on the truck?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you talked about processing the smudges, as you call them. Is that correct?
Yes.
Tell us how you go about doing that.
I used black fingerprint powder, a fingerprint brush. I used the black powder and they call it developing the latent prints or the ridge details.
Okay.
After they become more visible with the black powder, it's collected with Searchy brand tape and placed on it's basically an index card, call them fingerprint cards, so I think there's like a light layer of lamination or something on them.
Okay. So do you take a brush, put powder on the prints and brush it?
Essentially, yes.
Okay, and then you lift it with the tape?
Correct.
Okay, and what do you do after that?
Those are submitted into a fingerprint box for those that have, I believe it's IAFIS, the certification that allows them to do fingerprint matchups and fingerprint searches.
Okay. Now, what about the fibers? What did you do with those?
Those I collected with tape. I fixed those to a black index card, and I submitted those to the GBI.
Okay. All right. So after your interview with Mr. Bryan, did you find out that the person who was killed was identified?
Yes.
Okay. And how was he identified?
Through fingerprints.
Okay. And what was the identification?
Mr. Ahmaud Arbery.
Okay. Now, after talking to Mr. Bryan, did you submit his phone for anything?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What did you do with his phone?
After he signed the consent waiver, consent form, I handed it off to Sergeant Oliver for downloading.
Okay. And did Sergeant Oliver then turn it over to another investigator?
Yes.
Who?
Investigator Marcy.
Okay. Now, after that, do you recall ever going over to 220 Satilla Drive?
I'm sorry, I forgot the number. Which house was 220?
Do you recall a construction site or a
yes.
house under construction being a part of this investigation?
Yes, it was. Okay. It was much later that evening that I went there, though. But yes.
But you went there.
Yes.
Okay. And who did you go with?
I believe it was Investigator Marcy, Investigator Ramos, and maybe Sergeant Oliver.
Okay. And Did you see any like expensive tools there in that home, in that construction site?
I think I remember seeing saws or drills or something like that.
Okay, so you saw multiple tools there?
I don't know about multiple. I don't remember how many I saw, but I do remember seeing tools there.
Okay, and how did the structure appear to you?
On the inside, it was mostly just framing. There weren't, I don't think walls were erected in all the building yet. It was missing doors and windows.
Okay, did it appear that it was rummaged through in any way?
No.
Okay, how did it appear?
Like a house under construction.
Okay.
Yeah, just unrummaged, I guess.
Unrummaged. Could you tell if anything had been moved or destroyed or anything like that?
I couldn't.
You couldn't tell. Okay. Now, and is that still on February 23rd that we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. So the next day, February 24th, after meetings in the morning, what did you do?
I think I had training for the rest of the day. I think I had SWAT training. Other investigators went out and did a canvass in the neighborhood while I was in training, but yeah.
Okay, so you were doing SWAT training?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. After that, did you do anything else on the case?
I'd have to go back and review. I can't remember in detail immediately.
Okay, so I want to direct your attention to March 4th, 2020, and a person by the name of Daniel Alcott.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, so did you meet with Mr. Alcott?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay.
I believe it arose because I guess he was concerned about the number of vehicles stopping around his house at the site, and he was concerned that the public was going to think that he was somehow involved.
Okay.
So he had a young child at home, his wife and all that. I went over and spoke to them, heard their concerns, and got kind of an additional, or I guess a first-time statement from Mr. Alcott. I wasn't ever sure if somebody else had spoken to him that day, but I think he said that he...
well, so we're not going to get into what he said.
Oh, I apologize.
No, that's fine. But you met with him on March 4th?
Yes.
Okay. So on March 5th, did you send the fibers off to GBI for testing?
Yes.
Okay. And had the prints been sent already? The prints that you left it?
I don't know. I don't know if those were reviewed in-house or if they were done by the GBI. I think it's all in-house review, but I'm not sure.
You're not sure about that. Okay. Now, on March 5th, what was the status of your case as the lead detective at that time? Was it a closed case? Was it an open case? What was the status?
It was still open, but not gaining much traction.
Okay. So it was sort of inactive?
Yes.
Okay.
Objection. That's not what he said.
Yeah, still didn't explain what it is.
Okay. When you say not getting much traction, what do you mean?
I think inactive was a fair summary.
Okay. Now, before this case, had you ever looked at the citizen's arrest law that was on the books in Georgia?
I'm sure I did.
Objection. Relevant.
Your Honor, it goes to how he handled the case, given the fact that citizen's arrest is a part of the case.
I thought the state was making the same objection yesterday to another witness.
I'm not asking him to get into the law and what it is, but had he ever looked at it?
And what's that relevant to?
Well, let's see if it's relevant.
We join the relevance objection, what he knows about citizens arrest.
Well, that wasn't the question, not what he knows.
Had he ever looked at the law? That's it.
Yeah, well, and that's not relevant whether he ever looked at the law. That's sustained.
So, did the word citizen's arrest come up at any point during any of the interviews of the defendants in this case?
No.
Objection. I believe he interviewed Roddy Bryant.
That's sustained.
Did the word citizen's arrest come up in Roddy Bryant's interview?
No.
So at some point, did you become aware, I think you mentioned that the GBI took over the investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And did you turn your file over to them after that?
I don't know if it was me specifically that handed it over, but it was relinquished. Everything that we had was provided to them.
Okay. Now, going back to your interview with Mr. Bryan, did he have a cell phone on him during this incident where he was chasing in his truck?
He did.
Okay. Did he ever say that he called 911?
No.
Did Mr. Bryan ever say that Ahmaud had a weapon on him that day?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did Mr. Bryan ever say Ahmaud made any verbal threats towards him or any other person that day?
No.
Okay. Did he make any threatening gestures towards Mr. Bryan or anybody else that day?
I'm going to object. I let 4 leading questions go in a row. I think that's number 5. Can we find a way to ask the questions that doesn't suggest the answer to the witness?
It's not suggesting the answer. He can say yes or no.
In this context, no, she can't.
Yeah, they are leading questions.
Okay.
The statement's been provided by the state.
Okay. Yeah. So, Mr. Larry, what, if anything, did Mr. Bryan say about seeing Ahmaud commit a crime before he jumped in his truck?
He didn't.
He didn't say anything about that?
No.
What, if anything, did Mr. Bryan say about arresting or telling Ahmaud he was under arrest for criminal trespass?
He didn't.
What, if anything, did Mr. Bryan say about telling Ahmaud he was under arrest for loitering?
He didn't.
What, if anything, did Mr. Bryan say about telling Ahmaud he was under arrest for burglary?
He didn't.
What, if anything, did Mr. Bryan say about telling Ahmaud he was under arrest for attempted burglary?
He didn't.
What, if anything, did Mr. Bryan say about telling Ahmaud he was under arrest for carjacking?
He didn't.
Okay. What, if anything, did Mr. Bryan say about telling Ahmaud he was under arrest for aggravated assault?
He didn't.
Okay. Did Mr. Bryan ever tell Ahmaud during that chase that he was under arrest for anything?
No, not that I was made aware of.
So at the point where your file was turned over to GBI, did that end your involvement in the case?
No.
Did it end your involvement in the case?
No.
Okay.
I had to keep taking calls as they came in regarding the case, but I would just forward that information to the GBI.
To GBI?
Yes.
You still got calls as the lead detective that you would forward to GBI?
Yes.
Okay. Other than that, did you do anything else?
It was calls for other concerned citizens and calls from the defendants in the case for their security, stuff like that.
Okay.
But all just forwarded to the GBI.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. One more question. What, if anything, did Mr. Bryan say about seeing Ahmaud throw anything from his person during the entirety of that chase on that day?
He didn't.
He didn't say anything about that?
No.
Okay. That's all I have for you. The defense might have some questions for you, okay?
Mr. Joe.
One moment.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Have we met before?
Just when I worked at the county, I think. See each other in the courthouse.
Very good. My first question for you is this. Wouldn't you agree, based on your training and experience, that context is the key to understanding the truth behind someone's words?
Yes.
Okay. And that's something that you personally think is very important in your work?
Context, yes. I think it can be.
If you understood Roddy Bryan to have meant that he deliberately attacked Mr. Arbery with his truck, if you understood him to say that he made an aggravated assault with a motor vehicle upon Mr. Arbery, could you have ignored that?
No, that wasn't the way I interpreted it at the time, though.
Yes. Well, obviously, that would be a very serious violent felony. But that wasn't your understanding?
No, sir.
Okay. Roddy Bryan never denied following Mr. Arbery, did he?
No, sir.
Roddy Bryan never denied angling his vehicle ahead of Mr. Arbery?
No, sir.
Roddy Bryan never denied blocking the path of Mr. Arbery?
No, sir.
Roddy Bryan never denied cutting in ahead of Mr. Arbery or cutting him off?
That's correct, too.
He never denied trying to steer Mr. Arbery off the road?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But beyond that, all you can really do is speculate as to exactly how many times or exactly where Mr. Bryan did various things. Is that fair to say?
I don't know that I could say it's speculation. It was what he told me.
Okay, well, I'll rephrase. Is it fair to say that Mr. Bryan had trouble relating the events of that day in detail or in sequence?
I think everybody probably had trouble. There was a lot going on.
Fair enough. Now, I have a few other questions, and if I bounce around and you don't understand a question, you don't hesitate to say so.
Sure thing.
Okay. Do you have any personal relationship with Roddy Bryan?
No.
Okay. Have you ever seen him in the break room at the Glenn County Police Department?
Roddy Bryan?
Yeah.
No.
Have you ever seen him in the break room in the DA's office?
No.
Okay. You've certainly never taken classes with him?
No.
Okay. Is there any reason why you would give special treatment to Roddy Bryan?
No.
Okay. And your decisions in this case, personally, about how you went about your investigation, did they have anything whatsoever to do with whether Mr. Ahmaud Arbery was black or white?
No, sir.
I'm going to ask you a few questions about Mr. Bryan's demeanor, if I may.
Okay.
Did Roddy Bryan appear to you to be, at the time you spoke with him, mentally unstable?
No.
Did he appear to you to be under the influence of alcohol or drugs or other intoxicants?
No.
Did he come across to you as loud or boisterous?
No.
Did he come across to you as gleeful or bragging or boastful about his conduct that day?
No.
Did Mr. Bryan strike you as someone seeking attention or seeking the spotlight?
No.
Did Mr. Bryan drop F-bombs or other profanity during this interview?
I don't think so, but I'm not certain.
Okay. Was Mr. Bryan in any way disrespectful to you?
No, sir.
Is it fair to say that you personally in your department wanted Roddy Bryan's help to get to the truth about what happened to Ahmaud Arbery?
Yeah, I hope for compliance and cooperation from everybody I deal with.
At this point in time, you were not quote unquote after Mr. Bryan.
No, sir.
At this point, he's just a witness in your case.
Yes, sir.
And you're trying to reassure him that he's not the target of your investigation.
I don't really know that I can agree with that.
Fair enough. Is it fair to say that you were somewhat concerned,
yes,
at least mildly concerned, about whether Mr. Bryan would, quote unquote, freak out when you went through the consent form?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. Because you wanted his help.
Yes.
Now, efforts had already been made to extract data from Mr. Bryant's cell phone. Am I correct?
I think that you're talking about on scene on the roadside?
Well, certainly on the roadside.
That had just off of verbal consent, but the actual Cellbrite download wasn't until after the form.
Now, Mr. Bryant doesn't know anything about Cellbrite, to your knowledge.
Yes.
Objection, speculation about what Mr. Bryan knows.
I'll rephrase. Did you explain Cellbrite to Mr. Bryant?
I don't remember.
Okay, you had to go to before you went to school. Did you know what Cellbrite was?
No.
Okay. But the bottom line is, notwithstanding the fact that he's already given you his cell phone, your department, his cell phone on the scene, you know that you need more than that. Not just a consent, you need a different kind of extraction of the material than Mr. Minshew can do on the side of the road.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, in that context, again, I need an exhibit. My apologies. May I approach the witness? I won't approach the witness. I'm going to put it, and I've never done this before.
Just slide it right underneath.
Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Sir, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 298. That's the consent form in this case, is it not?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Bryan signed that for you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when you were advising him in the consent form, whether you were thinking about it at the time, you indicated that you were looking at aggravated assault and homicide. Okay. In context, the aggravated assault that you're investigating is the tragic shooting of Ahmaud Arbery.
Was that a question?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay, and that was your understanding? Yes. And you would assume, based on what you said, that would be Mr. Bryan's understanding?
Objection to speculation.
I'll rephrase.
Thank you.
Did you give Mr. Bryan any reason to believe that you were investigating anything different
Than an aggravated assault?
than the shooting of Ahmaud Arbery?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. And on this same line, in your police report, you summarized the salient facts about what Mr. Bryan was relating to you, did you not, in a written report?
Yes, I summarized them.
Okay. Is it fairly safe to say you've been trained in writing police reports? A little bit.
Yeah, I guess.
You went to school, and you certainly seem capable of using big words. Am I correct?
Sometimes.
Okay. Your summary of the testimony you've related today amounted essentially to one sentence in that report, and I'm going to direct your attention to the bottom third of the third paragraph, if you'll take a moment and look at that. Do you see the sentence Mr. Bryan described?
Yes.
Does that refresh your memory as to what you wrote in your report?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Bryan described maneuvering his truck.
Objection to hearsay, Judge. You can't just read the report.
Did you write in your report, your summary of all this discussion about what Mr. Bryan's doing out there on the street that day as maneuvering his truck?
Objection, Judge. You can't just read the report. It's hearsay.
That's the police narrative, correct?
That's his.
Right. So he's describing what he heard in the statement that was just put in.
He's summarized all this testimony today.
Yeah, let's not read from his report then. I mean,
okay.
You got the statement in. That's what I was discussing at the break.
I stand corrected. You were the lead agent in this case, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if at any point, and I'll come back to that in a second. Now, is it fair to say that homicide cases are not like other cases?
I guess.
In some ways, they're not. Okay. Is it fair to say you tried to explain the process to Mr. Bryan as best you could?
The process of what?
Of your investigation, what you were doing?
Perhaps.
Okay. Now, you did not Mirandize Mr. Bryan at this time, am I correct?
I don't recall. I don't think so, but I'm not sure.
Okay. The consent that Mr. Bryan gave you was for the consent form. Now, if Mr. Bryan, in your presence, had admitted to the commission of a major felony, would you not have felt obligated to Mirandize him at that time?
Yes.
Okay, because at that time, had he said something like that, had you or he understood it that way, he might not have been free to leave.
Objection is speculation, Judge.
Not speculation, it's fact.
Let's restate the question.
I'll restate it. If you had understood, or Mr. Bryan appeared to you to believe that he had admitted to a major felony, at that point you would have been obligated in your training to Mirandize him.
Yes.
Because at that point questions might have arisen as to whether he was free to leave.
Yes.
And you certainly wouldn't want to mess up your first murder investigation by failing to Mirandize a subject or a target of your investigation. Sir, at the time that this case was transferred from the Glenn County Police Department to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Mr. Bryan was still considered by your agency, well after the date of this interview, a witness in this case.
Yes.
Okay. And that's memorialized in the report that your agency provided to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Yes.
So is it fair to say that among the words that didn't come up in this interview besides citizen arrest was false imprisonment?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Among the legal terms that did not come up in this interview, in addition to citizen arrest, the phrase false imprisonment never came up in this interview.
No.
Because that wasn't your focus.
No.
And that wasn't what you heard.
No.
And I believe you reassured Mr. Bryan that your agency is required to investigate any homicide, regardless of justification.
Maybe. I don't remember for sure.
Okay. Well, it's been a long time since you'd conducted this investigation. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Directing your attention to the bottom third of page 2.
Okay, yes.
So basically, you assured Mr. Bryan that you were required to investigate any homicide, no matter what evidence there was of justification. That's your duty.
Yes.
And that's in fact what you were doing.
Yes.
Sorry. In that context, that you're talking to a witness in this case, You didn't ask Roddy Bryan how far he got in school.
No.
You didn't ask Roddy Bryan if he had, for example, any learning disabilities.
No.
Okay. You didn't even ask him if he could read and write the English language, although that was presumed from the execution of the consent form. Okay. Now, there's been some discussion in this case of maps, and I'm not going to show you all of the maps, but I'm going to ask you if you recognize this document, which I believe is already in evidence. One moment, John.
If we're looking at numbering, let's get together and figure out what the numbering is so it can be clear.
I'm moving simply with shortage of space. Our files are here and there, so I'll try not to be distracting.
All right, Your Honor.
Brian 1?
We're marking use Brian 50.
Brian 50.
I think that works. And Your Honor, technically this exhibit in the record has a state exhibit number as well, but we're not going to use that for our purposes right now.
As long as it's clear where we are in the record, that Brian 50 identifies that.
Let the record reflect I've shown what's been marked as defendant Brian's 50 to opposing counsel.
What number is it?
Brian 50.
Brian 50 has a different state number. May I approach you with the Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you what's been marked as Brian Exhibit 50. Have you seen that or a copy of that before?
Yes.
Is that the map that you used during the interview of Mr. Roddy Bryan?
Yes.
All right. Now, that map isn't as pretty as some in this case. But that's the map that, in your interview, in the transcript you referenced showing Mr. Bryan.
Yes.
And you reviewed the actual video of this interview, have you not?
Yes.
Hopefully recently.
Yes.
Okay. Is it not fair to say that at times Mr. Bryan appears to be so focused on this map and these squiggles on there that his answers are not always responsive to your actual questions?
I don't remember enough detail to say one way or another.
Fair enough. This map is not color coordinated. It's all color coded. It's all one color. Am I correct?
Aside from the blue ink, yes.
Yeah. And would it be fair to describe the blue ink by the end of this interview as chicken scratch?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would tender defendant Brian 50.
No objection, Your Honor.
It's a bit. I'm sorry.
No objection, Your Honor.
No. It's a bit.
Now, you in this interview, you went through the events with Mr. Bryan at least twice. Am I correct?
Maybe parts.
Wow. Okay.
It was kind of all over.
Were you ever able to get a complete statement from start to finish from Mr. Bryan of exactly what happened?
I believe so.
So that's why you went over it more than once?
Always double check, make sure things that
Okay.
I'm not saying I got a perfectly clear understanding the first time he answered a question.
Okay. And you did go over some things more than once?
Yes.
All right. Is it fair to say that Mr. Bryan struggled at times to find the right words?
Objection to speculation.
Did he appear to struggle at times to find the words he wanted?
Yes.
Okay. And at one point, you acknowledged that issue. Am I correct?
I don't remember.
Well, at this point, you're trying to get to the truth, right?
Yes.
And anything that interferes with your ability to do that, you're going to try and rectify.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And reassuring Mr. Bryan is part of that, kind of like a kid at a ball game. Good job. That a boy? No, never mind. I'll withdraw the question.
He didn't have a chance to explain or answer.
I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to prevent him from. Please, sir, please explain.
I didn't understand what you asked.
That's what I thought. So I'm just going to address it in a different way. Directing your attention to page 9, lines 13 through, I have 19, 13 through 19.
Objection, Judge, may we approach? This is something that Mr. Goff and I talked about before we even did this, and if we may approach, that would be great.
Maybe this would be a good time for a break.
Well, I need to address that. Ladies and gentlemen, if I can just have you step out in the jury room for just a moment.
All right, for the jury. Please be seated.
Okay. We leave the witness on the stand, or do I need to have the witness step down?
Either way.
I'm comfortable with it.
Okay. So what is the issue?
Your Honor, what I'm trying to elicit is page 9, lines 14 and 19. Question from Investigator Lowry. I do understand where you're coming from because we've all, not necessarily this exact situation, we've all been there where crazy stuff happens that quick and you're still trying to process what just happened. Mr. Bryan responds affirmatively. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly the kind of way it was. He's acknowledging that he's having problems processing these events that day. And that's in response to the detective's question. And it certainly goes to the rule of completeness. We've been bouncing all over this witness statement, and it's only fair that the jury know that he's having trouble processing what's going on, and because he can't process it, he's having trouble related to the officer. He's not trying to deceive the officer. He's struggling with his answers. And it goes to the weight the jury is going to give the answers that they have picked and chosen from this interview to present to the jury.
Your Honor, then Detective Lowry, his words aren't relevant to what Mr. Bryan understood or didn't understand. If Mr. Goff wants to get into what Mr. Bryan himself said, that's a different story, but I don't see how Mr. Lowry's words are relevant here. And essentially, the part that Mr. Goff wants to get into is all what Investigator Lowry said. And it does not go to the rule of completeness.
Your Honor, the rule of completeness goes to the conversation. It doesn't matter who started the conversation. What matters is that the conversation is complete. And for the conversation to be complete, that question and that answer, this jury needs to hear that.
Yeah, I'm going to permit it. I'm in the state. If you want to follow up on redirect, you're welcome to do so. All right, let's go get the panel.
That's the one that you gave to me.
That's the one you said you would
Yeah,
talk about.
that's it.
Just make sure the witness actually has the transcript.
So, I'm sorry, Judge, I have one more thing as it pertains to that. Can I mention that
I
now?
don't have anybody to stop him at the door, so whatever it is, go quick.
Okay.
Because the moment that door opens, we need to stop.
So at the point where this statement comes in, that where we just discussed, that was Mr. Bryan. That was Mr. Bryan relaying the shooting portion of this incident. So Investigator Lowry was asking him about the actual shooting portion, what he saw, you know, what happened first, what happened second, when was the gun pulled, etc. So it would be unfair to the state because then I can't get up there and ask him specifically what Mr. Bryan was confused about. Because of course I can't get into that because of Bruton. So it would be one thing if Mr. Bryan was saying, well, I'm confused about what I did with my truck. But that is not the context of this statement that Mr. Goff is trying to get
Let me
into.
see the whole context,
Okay.
because that's not what I understood.
And it's lines 13 through...
14, it's 13 through 19. I said 14, it's 13 through 19.
But it starts on this page, Judge.
Okay. So, yep. Full transcript indicates, as the state has reflected, there is at least a page where there is a discussion, almost more than a page, of a discussion about the incident at the truck. And Investigator Lowry's question on page 9, starting at line 2, which is, yeah, no, I get where you're coming from. It's stuff like this. It happens in a blink of an eye, and then we start getting into all of this, appears to be directly related to the description of what occurred at the truck.
There's no question
that, as the state says, the immediately preceding part says that, but the rule of completeness demands more. And, you know, it's putting us in a severance posture here where, again, we can't get to the meaning of what my client is saying.
Having read through it, again, the context of the quote that you are asking the court to permit is clearly with regard to the truck and the incident at the truck. I know you want to read that more broadly, but it is the investigator's comment
to his description of what occurred at the truck that then results in this statement, the court, we're not going to permit it. I understand the context now much better than I did before, and it's not coming in.
I'm not questioning the court's ruling. I do want to make it clear we're objecting under the rule of completeness, that we should be allowed to ask specifically the question and answer reflected at page 9, lines 13 to 19 of the transcript interview that Detective Lowry had with Roddy Bryant.
All right, thank you. Let's go get the panel.
All rise for the jury.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Again, I thank you for your patience. We've addressed the matters that we need to address before the court, and we are ready to proceed. Mr. Goff.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, I believe when you interviewed Mr. Bryant, he discussed his becoming involved in this matter more than once.
Yes.
And the first time, if I recall your testimony correctly from earlier today, he used the word overshot the road.
I think so.
Okay. Directing your attention to page 12, lines 23 to 25 through page 13, lines 1 to 7.
Okay. Okay.
The second time that you reviewed this with him, he described what he did as creeping out of the driveway. Is that correct?
Yes.
That he, quote, just crept out of the driveway good, unquote.
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to ascertain what creeping out of the driveway means as opposed to overshooting it? Did you follow up on that?
No, I took crept to mean slowly.
Okay. All right. And certainly that didn't have a whole lot to do with the shooting itself, did it?
Him creeping out of the driveway slowly? No.
Now, there were several points in time where he didn't seem to follow your question, were there not?
Objection to speculation.
Okay. Do you recall asking him whether he backed out of the ditch?
Yes.
Okay. And what was his answer?
No, I think I backed back into my drive.
Did that really answer your question?
No.
Okay. Was he looking at the map while he was doing this?
I don't remember.
Okay. Directing your attention to page 7. Is it fair to say that Mr. Bryan is fond of the word kinda or kind of?
Objection to speculation.
You're referring to the transcript itself, right?
I am. I'm referring to the portion of the transcript I thought the state had already gone into.
It's overruled.
Directing your attention to page 7, line 11. Does Mr. Bryan use the word phrase kind of?
Yes.
Him? Okay. Were you able to ascertain what Mr. Bryan meant when he said kind of?
No, I don't know that I saw clarification on that.
Okay. Directing your attention to page 50.
Did you say 50? Or?
Page 15, I'm sorry.
50,
Not page 50, page 15. And trying to find the line number for you, sir. All right, directing your attention to line 3. Again, Mr. Bryan's using the word kind of angled.
Yes.
All right. And then on the following page, I'm sorry, it's page 16 at lines 1 and 2. And I believe you already testified this, that Mr. Bryan didn't put quote unquote much emphasis on it, that being the angling.
Yes, that's what he said.
Did you have any idea what he meant by much emphasis?
Objection to speculation.
I'll rephrase. What did you take it to mean?
Objection to relevance about what Detective Lowry took it to mean.
This is two.
Directing your attention to page 14. Again, I believe that the state went over part of this with you on direct examination. Mr. Bryan told you that he was going to back up at Mr. Arbery. Am I correct?
Yes.
But to do that, he'd be following Mr. Arbery in reverse.
Just call time out. I think we've got a juror that might need some water.
I'm so sorry.
We've got some water on the way.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I'm aware.
Okay.
Good. We're moving.
At that point, whether he used the words or not, he was saying he would be following him in reverse.
That he would be. No, I don't think that's what he says. He says I was fixing. I put it in reverse. I was going to back up at him.
All right. And then, before he could do that, he tells you that Arbery had run up the road. Am I correct? He, quote unquote, made his move to go down the road it happened on.
Yes.
Directing your attention back to the map, such as it is, that you're working with during this interview. In order to follow Mr. Arbery up the street, he's basically backing up away from him to do that.
Are you asking that?
Yes.
I don't understand. You're asking if he is reversing up the road following him?
Well, I believe you've testified that Mr. Bryan is fixing, I think that's the word Mr. Bryan uses, to back up at him. But by this time, Mr. Arbery has already changed direction and is running up the other street.
Okay.
Correct?
Yes.
So at that point, when Mr. Bryan is backing up, he's got to back away from Mr. Arbery to follow him.
I didn't see where he turned.
Oh, fair enough. Yep. It's hard to tell from what he's describing exactly what he's doing. Is that fair?
Can be, yeah.
And in fact, if I understand may I May I approach with you, Sean? All right, sir. I'll try and use this device here again. Can you see the map, sir?
Yes.
Or kind of?
It's upside down.
Does this help you? Assuming I can stabilize it. You see it now?
Kind of. It's just. You're about to get a little down.
Oh, wow. That's so much better. Thank you. Thank you. All right, now let's see how much. Oh. Okay, that's not. Let me get around here. Detective Lowry, do you see this kind of L-shaped squiggle off to the side?
I do.
Okay. That reflects Mr. Bryan telling you that he's basically going down that road while Mr. Arbery is going up the road behind him. That's what that squiggle means.
I don't know what that squiggle means. This was almost 2 years ago.
Objection, Judge, if he could just let him finish his answer.
I thought he had. Go ahead.
Okay.
I don't want to cut you off, sir.
I thought I was done too.
Okay. All right. Promise not to use that thing again. All right. Now, did you ever ask Mr. Bryan what he meant when he said ankle?
I don't think so.
It wasn't germane to the investigation at that point?
No.
Okay. And I believe earlier today you described it as steer?
Yes, I think.
Okay. And at no point did Mr. Bryan identify to you a mathematical angle, did he?
No.
So when we're talking about emphasizing angles or good angles or bad angles, we don't know whether that's a 90 degree, 45 degree, 180 degree, I don't even know the one in between, 225, 100. There's been no discussion of any of that, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. And for the purposes that the state, when the state was examining you earlier this morning, did they ever ask you the distance between Mr. Arbery and Mr. Bryan when these angling events or steering events took place?
No.
Okay. That would make a difference to you, wouldn't it? If you were investigating an aggravated assault with a motor vehicle, that would make a difference, wouldn't it?
Yes.
I mean, say for example, you're in a patrol car and you want to talk to somebody and maybe they don't want to talk to you, and you angle your squad car in front of them. If you do that 6 inches away from them, that's a little bit different than if they're 60 feet down the road, isn't it?
Objection to relevance, Your Honor. The hypothetical as it pertains to this case, relevant.
So let's stick to what he knows and what was testified to in the statements.
Yes.
If you can wrap that together.
I think I can. Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Did Mr. Bryan ever relate to you tearing up any of his neighbors' yards?
I don't think so.
Okay. Did he ever relate to you making skid marks or other marks on the roadway when he stopped short?
No.
Okay. So it would be fair to say then that any angling that was done had to be at a relatively low speed.
Objection to speculation.
I'll rephrase. Did you ever ask Mr. Bryan, and I think I know the answer, but I have to ask, did you ever ask Mr. Bryan at what speed he was traveling when any of these angling maneuvers took place?
No.
Okay. But you were out there at Satilla Shores that day, were you not?
Yes.
Okay. I think at one point you testified you went down to 220 Satilla, the English residence. And of course you were not very far from Mr. Bryan's house at that time. Did you notice any unusual marks in the road that you thought might be related to this case?
In front of 220?
Anywhere on the scene that day, did you see? I'm not talking about the body of the deceased. I mean, that's a different. Now I'm talking about tire tracks, road marks, skid marks. Did you observe anything out there that day that would have suggested aggressive driving?
Not that I can recall.
Now, Mr. Bryan never used the word chaos in his interview with you, did he?
I don't think so. I'd have to go back and reread it.
But from his description of the events, would you characterize that description as chaotic?
Objection to relevance about how he would characterize the description of events, Judge.
Sustained.
I'll move on.
Are you describing?
Based on Mr. Bryan's statement, or he was at the scene?
I should have been clear. Based on his statement, what Mr. Bryan is relating.
Okay, that's sustained.
Okay. Did Mr. Bryan express to you uncertainty as to what he should do that day before the shooting?
Before the shooting? I vaguely think so. I'd have to go back and review if you could.
Okay. Directing your attention. I have the line number, but not the page number. Okay. Directing your attention to page 5 to lines 18 and 19.
Yes.
Did Mr. Bryan express to you that he didn't know what to do?
He did.
When he saw Mr. Arbery coming back?
Yes.
Did he express any eagerness to confront Mr. Arbery at that time?
No.
Did he suggest in any way that this was something he relished or looked forward to?
No.
And later in the interview, of course, and I got to be careful here, is it fair to say that there are times, during your interview with Mr. Bryan, is it fair to say there are times that he feels like he's alone out there with Mr. Arbery?
Objection to speculation, Your Honor.
I'll rephrase. In so many words, did Mr. Bryan essentially tell you that there were times when he felt like he was alone with Mr. Arbery out there?
I think I understand what you're trying to ask. If you're referring to the statements he made about Mr. Arbery trying to get into his truck, then...
At that time, did he describe to you being out there alone with Mr. Arbery?
I don't know that he used the words alone or described it in that way.
Okay. Well, did he use the words at some point he come to find out later? Do you remember that?
No, I'd have to look.
All right. Does he describe moments when he can't see anybody else out there other than Mr. Arbery?
I don't remember.
Fair enough. Now, I believe you've already testified to Mr. Bryan or reviewed Mr. Bryan's statement about Mr. Arbery trying to get in his truck. And I believe directing your attention to page 18. you remember the state asking you, suggesting that Mr. Bryan wished that he had hit Mr. Arbery?
Yes.
That's not accurately reflecting the nature of that statement, is it?
I don't know.
Did you take Mr. Bryan to be wondering aloud whether he might have in fact saved Mr. Arbery's life?
Objection to speculation.
Yeah, you're asking him what he thinks the statement might mean?
I'm asking him how he took the statement.
Okay, sustained.
When Mr. Bryan said that he did hit him, was there anything about his demeanor or body language suggesting that he intended to?
No, I don't remember which time he might have said that, but I don't know what body language would look like indicative of him actually doing that. He didn't seem any more distressed than somebody would be in, this kind of stressful situation.
Would you describe his demeanor as remorseful?
I don't know that I was around him long enough to see remorse. It looked more just kind of shocked.
Shocked. Okay. Certainly not gleeful.
No.
A few easy ones. Mr. Bryan, or you observed in examining Mr. Bryan's cell phone, did you observe whether it was password protected?
I don't recall. I just know from seeing the consent form earlier that I think it said no password or no passcode.
Directing your attention to the top part of page 2 of the transcript, line 10.
Correct.
You recall asking him whether there was a password?
Yes.
And he told you no?
Yes.
And if there had been one, you would have asked him for it?
Yes.
I believe Mr. Bryan told you that there was lumber in the back of his truck during this incident?
Yeah, I think so.
Right. Mr. Bryan told you that he got the keys from his house?
Yes, inside the house.
Okay. I got to ask you about the now famous video that Mr. Bryan made in Satilla Shores that day. I'm directing your attention to page 16, lines 9 through 25, through page 17, lines 1 through 12. The state has no objection. I'm simply going to ask you to read that portion of the transcript beginning at line 16, line 9. Page 16, line 9.
You said page 16, line what?
Page 16, line 9, excerpt 5.
Pretty good understanding of it now. So I think if I'm recalling correctly, when you're on the side of the road, you were telling me you might have had another video of the same guy on your phone from a previous incident. And Bryan says no. I say, okay, I misunderstood that then. Bryan says, no, I thought those two videos on there and I must not have been recording. And I say, well, the first you do, you said stop at 19?
I'm sorry, continue to page 17, line 12.
Okay. Well, the first you do have two videos of the same incident today. Bryan says, well, one of y'all copied it somehow or another or something maybe. I say, okay. He says, I mean, exact same incident? And I say, yeah, it's weird.
I'm sorry. Oh, you're turning the page. Okay.
Yes. What line do you want me to stop at on 17?
Start with so you've got. I think it's at the top of the page.
He was asking where to stop.
Oh, line 12.
Okay. got like the very last 2 videos, photos, anything. One is a longer video that contains the same, and Mr. Bryan says they tried to crop it and send it the original Officer Minshew. I said, okay. And he said, tried to crop it and send it, and he couldn't do it, so I thought there was 2 of those. I thought I had started filming him right before we got to the fork, before we got to the major intersection right there. I thought I had started filming there, but apparently I didn't. Apparently I didn't hit the button. I say, so you don't, from what I recall watching the video, it looks like it starts as you're like coming up this road, catching back up to them, like going back towards that intersection. Mr. Bryan says yes. I say, okay, so yeah, like roughly though, you know, there's somewhere, seems like you start recording, because Bryan says probably yeah. I say, coming up that road and watching, as you round the corner, you can see him running. And Mr. Bryan says, mm-hmm.
Thank you, sir. Now, you were asked a number of questions earlier about things that Mr. Bryan did and didn't say. Mr. Bryan did say that he'd heard stuff that's been happening in the neighborhood. That'd be page 19.
Yes.
All right. But at that time, you didn't follow up with him about that, did you?
No, not there, because I don't remember if it was before or after, but I'd already asked if he knew Mr. Arbery, recognized him, had ever seen him before.
Fair enough. You didn't ask Mr. Bryan whether his family had been victims of theft and property crimes in Satilla Shores, did you?
No, not specifically.
Okay. You didn't ask whether Roddy Bryan had installed a home surveillance system?
No, I have no reason at the time.
I'm not questioning your judgment of your techniques. I'm just covering a few facts.
Yes,
almost done. You never asked Roddy Bryan about his night owl video.
His night owl video?
Yes,
no.
sir. Do you know how Roddy Bryan's cell phone wound up in Sergeant Leska's car?
No, I don't recall.
Do you know how many officers besides yourself were on the scene that day without functioning body cams or dashboard videos?
I don't.
Okay. And it's not your job to keep track of that, is it?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, I'm going to use the word interview, but you feel free to explain, okay? But your interview with Mr. Bryan, my word for it, on the scene is not recorded.
Correct.
Okay. And I don't believe it's documented, is it?
It wasn't a very detailed, thorough interview. It was just really viewing the video and then getting him to agree to come back and sit down and speak with me.
Fair
but
enough.
Yes.
Is there any way for you to say how many other brief or other undocumented statements might be out there that day?
No, I have no way of guessing.
Okay. So is it fair to say by the time you finish interviewing Mr. Bryan that evening, I think it's evening, isn't it?
Yes.
By the time you finish interviewing Mr. Bryan that evening, he has been back and forth through the events of that day several times with multiple police officers?
I don't know what other officers he went through it with, but I could say probably. I know we spoke with it briefly on scene about it, and then again at headquarters, so I would say at least like twice with me.
Okay. And you may have been privy to some of that information, but probably not all of it.
Yes.
Okay. Things that you didn't ask. A lot of time spent on that earlier. You didn't ask Roddy Bryan whether he was armed or unarmed at the time of the shooting in your interview. Am I correct?
Yes.
Would that be because you'd already covered that out on the scene?
Yes. So I thought. I don't know that I asked him that on the scene.
Okay.
But
all right. Well, from the circumstances, it seemed clear to you that he was unarmed.
Yes.
You didn't ask Roddy Bryan about Matt Albenzi?
No.
Okay.
Wait, ask him about Matt Albenzi. What about Matt Albenzi?
Well, In terms of trying to understand why Mr. Arbery was running in the way that he did you ask him whether he and Mr. Albenzi had any contact?
Oh, no. No.
Okay. Did you ask him if he could see Mr. Albenzi?
No.
Okay. And of course, you didn't interview Mr. Albenzi. You don't know.
No, sir.
Okay. You didn't ask Roddy Bryan whether he called 911, did you?
I don't remember if I did.
Okay. And partly that would be because under Georgia law, Mr. Bryan had no legal obligation to do so.
Under Georgia law?
Should I rephrase?
Yeah, let's rephrase.
The subject of 9/11 never came up with Mr. Bryan, did it?
No, I don't think so.
You didn't perceive it to be pertinent to your investigation at that time?
No.
Okay. Is it fair to say that when you examined Mr. Bryan's truck, that you did not recover any prints or possible prints from either the front or the back of the truck?
No. Everything that I recovered was from the driver's side, aside from the unknown volleyball, soccer ball print on the back.
You did not recover any cotton fibers from the front or back of the pickup truck?
Just for clarification, you're saying like just the very, very front and the very back, excluding the sides?
The grill and the front bumper, the back bumper, and the tailgate.
Collected nothing from the front or the back.
Okay. And did the state even show you a picture of the front of the truck today?
I don't think I did, or I don't think I saw it. I don't remember there being one in there.
There's certainly no physical evidence to suggest that Mr. Bryan's vehicle made any contact on the front or the back or on the corners with Mr. Arbery.
I don't understand what you're. Can you rephrase that? You said it kind of like a statement.
Okay. There are no fingerprints on either of the front corners of the truck.
None that I was aware of. None that I processed.
No cotton fibers on either corner of the front of the truck.
None that I was aware of. None that I processed.
No fingerprints or cotton fibers on either of the back corners of the truck.
No.
The prints that you recovered, or suspected prints, and the cotton fibers are all on the driver's side of the vehicle, behind or at the door on the driver's side.
Yes.
Okay. And that would be consistent with the testimony or the statement that Mr. Bryan gave you.
Yes.
All right. And technically, let me see if I understand the sequence of events. Y'all decide on the scene that you want to do a crime scene work on the truck, right?
I didn't make that call. I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Somebody made the call. Okay. But at the time that decision was made, whoever made it, you were down at the Public Safety Center, correct?
You lost me. So are you saying that they brought are you asking if they brought the crime scene truck to the scene in Satilla Shores?
Okay. Yeah, I'm not helping you here. My apologies. You asked Mr. Bryan to bring his pickup truck from Satilla Shores down to the Glenn County Police Department Public Safety Center.
Yes.
Just on the other side of the interstate, right?
Yes.
You asked Mr. Bryan to do that.
Well, no, I just asked him to come for an interview. He happened to drive the truck, and he told me about, the dings and the smudges while I was there interviewing him.
Okay. And this is several hours after the shooting at this point, is it not?
Yes.
This is after Mr. Bryan's been sent home, to your knowledge.
That I processed his truck?
No, that you. By the time you requested him to come downtown, he's already gone home with his truck.
I don't think his truck was still on scene. I think from the scene, he came from the scene to the PD for the interview and for the truck to be processed.
Okay, so you don't know whether he went home with it first?
I don't.
Okay. Is it fair to say that Glenn County has no shortage of car washes?
I don't know.
Did you observe any effort on the part of Mr. Roddy Bryan to tamper with or destroy the evidence in this case?
No.
Mr. Bryan wanted you to have the evidence.
Objection, speculation.
Is there anything more? Thank you, John. Is there anything more that Mr. Bryan could have done to help you with your investigation?
I don't know.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
That cross in, if you want to break before cross. Restroom or whatever.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a 15-minute recess, and we'll come back for continuation of the evidence.
All rise for the jury.
excluded. If defense does want to follow up on the investigation, you're welcome to ask if there were any additional documents or any additional documents that came in. It didn't sound like he went and did additional work. So just so that I understand the scope.
Well, I think what these documents reflect and what his reports reflect is that he was interacting with the medical examiner's office still, that he was interacting with the crime lab still, and that he was also working with the GBI to obtain information and pass information along to them, and he was interacting with subpoenas about these gateway records through the coroner's office. So he was interacting with individuals, with particular agencies, and he was receiving documents and information before the GBI got involved and then after the GBI got involved. So there's several pieces of information in there, Judge. You know what I want to get into, and I guess you would just be telling me I can identify the agency, I can identify the place the documents came from, or I can't. Those kind of things.
And yes and no. I mean, the court's excluded certain evidence, and so no, we can't. For example, even if you're not going to get into the gateway documents, we're not going to talk about gateway. Okay. We're not going to talk about the evidence that's been excluded in the case.
So I can't say even medical records.
No, that's getting into the evidence in the case.
I just want to be clear.
You're talking about Arbery's medical records.
Gateway.
Those have been excluded.
Right. So I can't get into that. The lab/toxicology received reports back from toxicology from the Georgia Crime Lab. They're still interacting with the Georgia Crime Lab.
At this point, I've not heard of any other way that they're coming in, and they've been excluded based on the court's order. And this has not opened the door to them.
I understand. So I can't say that he received documents from the Georgia Crime Lab.
What other documents are there?
Those. Yeah.
It's just the toxicology reports.
I'm sorry, Jim.
I'm just trying to make sure I'm understanding what we're talking about. The court's, I don't want to go back in and figure out all of the specific rulings again and how they would relate directly to these documents.
So
just to be clear, because I'm trying to make sure there's no ambiguity in the court's order. So the court's order exists. You're now asking me what you can put in.
Right.
What I keep saying is the court's ordered.
And I want to be so specific that the record reflects what I'm not allowed to do. And I remember the court's order that said we could not get in the toxicology records. That would be the blood alcohol and the THC. And you said we can't go into that. Now what I'm asking is, can I at least say that he received documents from the crime lab?
Are there any other documents?
Let's see. He got toxicology, and second toxicology. No, so if we say what the documents are, no. I guess the short answer
because
is
right now
no.
the documents are irrelevant, so it wouldn't matter either way. So the court's deemed them irrelevant. So
Okay,
no.
and so I can't even say that he interacted with the crime lab.
I'm asking counsel that under the court's order that we not go there, because I understand the only thing he could be referring to is evidence that has been excluded.
Well, we can get around it, but I hear what the court is saying. So I can't inform the jury that he interacted with the Georgia Crime Lab. And he also interacted with the coroner's office.
What was that? I don't understand that comment. We can get around that?
Well,
what I'm the court's ruling? I don't understand.
What I'm suggesting is the court doesn't want the jury to know that there are blood toxicology records about alcohol or THC. But I certainly could say crime lab records. I just want to show that this gentleman is doing work with state agencies about this case.
I think you missed what I said. No, you're not going to get into that, because if the only crime lab records are excluded evidence, then no. Then it's just not relevant.
I got that. I just want to make sure that our record is clear about that. And so that's a no on receiving toxicology on 3/17. That's a no. Receiving toxicology on 7/14/20. That's a no. receiving gateway records from the coroner or giving records to the coroner, just that he's even interacting with the coroner, or that he's interacting with the coroner on 312 and that he's interacting with the coroner on 529. Will the court allow me to ask him or have him state, yes, I continue to interact with the coroner on 312, and I continue to interact with the coroner on 529?
The court's ruled. I would suggest the simple way for defense counsel to avoid violating the court's order is to simply say that there was some additional work done and he talked to some additional agencies and got some additional documents.
Okay. Additional work, additional agencies, and additional documents. That's what I'll do.
And I will be clear about it because I heard in there a statement that made me concerned when you said there's a way to get around that. I am not going to engage on prior orders that have been very clear. And so in order to avoid that, and based on where this is going, that's what I'm going to limit counsel to.
All right. So
to perfect the record, of course, we are joining in this, but there is also one other piece of work that this investigator did, and that is that he is the individual who carried the heart blood from the autopsy to the crime lab for toxicology. That's just to complete the record of all the things that the court has ruled cannot come in, but would have otherwise been responsive to the state's question.
Okay, and then Judge, the one I missed is on April 1st, he received the autopsy report from Dr. Donahue. I don't think that violates the court's order to say.
Dr. Donahue is going to be testifying.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So I can tell the jury he got the autopsy report. I won't get into toxicology or won't get into the medical records from Gateway. Just that he received the autopsy report on April 1st.
Sounds like that's not violative of the court's order.
Perfect. All right, I'm ready. Thank you, Judge.
Good. Yes. Okay. All right. Welcome back. You can. The jury's coming in. You can stay standing if you want. They're right back. I remind you that you're under oath.
Yes, sir.
All right, we got everybody. Yep.
We need to instruct the witness, Your Honor, that I'm asking very general questions that are not going to include details so that we don't get worried here.
Well, why not ask leading questions? Because that would prevent anything from happening.
And I wouldn't ask a question that requires a response that violates the court's order, particularly after the discussion we've had, because although there may be an inadvertent disclosure under these circumstances, the court's not going to look at inadvertent disclosure.
Yeah, I'm going to say exactly what the court said. Like I said, I just didn't know if we wanted to inform the witness how we were limiting his testimony. I'd be happy to do it to avoid the problem.
Or let the state do it.
No, I'll do it.
It's all right for the jury. Seated.
Thank you. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to proceed with the evidence. Mr. Sheffield.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Lowry. How are you?
Good afternoon, sir.
I'm Jason Sheffield. I represent Travis McMichael. We haven't spoken yet on this case, have we?
No, sir.
Okay, but I have listened very carefully to your testimony, cross-examination, all that, and just want to bear down on a couple of things.
Okay.
First of all, you are the lead investigator in this case. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, and that's a special designation that you have been given, which means sort of all information in this case is going to flow to you.
Yes.
While you wear that designation. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So in terms of doling out assignments or responsibilities, that is something that a lead investigator does.
Yes.
Once those things are completed, then you work to coordinate the receiving of all that information back to yourself.
Yes, sir.
Right? Or then you review it, right?
Yes, sir.
And then that could cause you to make additional decisions on what to do next and who to tell to do those things.
Yes, sir.
It's sort of an honor to be the lead investigator. Comes with a lot of work, though, right?
Yeah, a lot of work.
A lot of work for that part. Okay. So in this particular case, how long after the shooting was it before you arrived on the scene?
I don't think very long, maybe 30 minutes to 2 hours, somewhere in there.
Okay, and when you got on scene, you began to do what a lead investigator does. You go around and you start talking to the officers on the scene to try to get an understanding of what's going on.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at that point, you begin to formulate kind of a plan to say, all right, here's what we need to do. How we need to follow up on this.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And essentially, is it fair to say in your mind, at least within those first 30 minutes to an hour, you're trying to figure out who are these two gentlemen on the scene, Mr. Greg McMichael and Travis McMichael, right?
One of them, I was familiar with Mr. Greg McMichael just from him previously working.
Knew him previously, but you're trying to figure out what they're doing
Yes, sir.
here on that day.
Yes, sir.
And you're also trying to understand what happened to the deceased.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're trying to figure out what their intent was that day, Mr. McMichael's in specific.
Yes, sir.
Right? And you're trying to figure out what was going on with the decedent on that day, Mr. Arbery.
Yes, sir.
What he was doing in the neighborhood, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, in this case, you assigned the interviews, did you not?
I did.
So you took on interviewing, as we now know, Mr. Rodney Bryan, and you assigned interviews to be done to Greg McMichael as well as Travis McMichael.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. Now, you were talking about with the state that right around March 5th of 2020 that the case kind of went inactive, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But that's not exactly 100% accurate because you still were involved in doing some work on the case.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Yeah. You were involved in some, as I'll characterize it, additional work, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Working with additional Georgia state agencies.
Yes, sir.
Right. And obtaining documents, right?
Yes, sir.
And didn't stop this work at March 5th. You continued in the month of March to do this kind of work, right?
I think so. I don't remember the times, but yeah.
Okay, but you also continued to do it into April.
Okay.
Right?
Yes, sir. I guess.
Well, do you need to go back over your notes?
I do. I didn't want to interrupt you. Would you mind handing them to me? All I've got is the transcript. It's on the table there.
Okay, what about your reports and things like that?
I was told I couldn't bring anything up, so I have nothing with me on this floor.
Do you have your reports here?
Upstairs on the 3rd floor.
Okay, well, I'm happy to try to refresh your memory with the reports that I have of yours, unless the state wants to give you reports. Okay. I guess what we're after here, what I'm trying to understand is that, may I approach the witness, Your Honor? I asked the wrong person. I'm just going to show my reports. They have my notes on them. But you don't necessarily need to read my notes, but you can just take a look at the reports. Okay. Yeah.
The last date I'm seeing on here, I don't see anything that goes into April. I see March 12th.
Okay, yep. And now I'm going to ask you to come forward. I'm going to show you these things. Just to show you the dates, and I don't want you to read out loud what anything is. I'm just going to show you dates.
And I just want to make sure that, because they're not being tendered in, we're not looking at, the jury's behind you.
Right, that's why I'm trying to block it
Okay,
and put them right here in front of me.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just going to show you these dates.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yep.
Session. Done.
For that last one,
Well, we won't talk about what it is. I'm just showing you a date. You don't have to agree with it. I'm just going to show it to you.
yes, sir.
Okay, so just essentially, for purposes of dates, your involvement in the case continued into May and then into July. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, somewhat.
Somewhat, okay. Now, in terms of what you did in the case, I want to be able to be very specific about it, okay?
Okay.
So I like to write things down.
All right.
All right. So in terms of the work that you did, it, number one, includes going to the scene, right? You're going to have to say yes if you...
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
All right. Interviews of witnesses, yeah?
Yes.
Photographs. Agreed?
Yes.
All right. We're collecting clothing, right?
Not I.
But under your leadership
yes, sir.
as part of the investigation, right? To do analysis on clothing, on gun shells, shotgun shells,
Yes.
doing some ballistics work.
They would have went, I think, to the GBI. That,
Right, but it's under your leadership that you consider that this has to get done.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any kind of blood collection, right?
Yes.
All right. Videos from the neighborhood, that's something that you were interested in.
Yes.
Right?
Objection to mischaracterization, Judge. Mr. Lowry is saying that he didn't personally do any of this, and
Yeah.
Mr. Sheffield is making it look like he did.
As the lead detective in the case, we've established, I think, that you're directing people to do and collect various forms of evidence.
Yes.
Okay. Are these the things that you're directing people to do and collect, videos from the neighborhood?
Not all the directions would have been for me. Some of it would have come from supervisors as well. Like the videos, I don't think I necessarily even had to ask for that. I think other investigators just kind of started chipping in and collecting everything that needed done.
But as you're the lead investigator, I guess then you would be aware that these things are being done.
Yes.
And you would then have looked at these things to determine what next steps to take.
Yes.
Okay. That would include obtaining records, just generally speaking.
Yes.
That would include obtaining CAD and 911 calls.
Yes.
Cell phone data.
Yes.
Any kind of social media, if relevant.
I don't remember any social media.
Cross that one off. We got the fibers.
Yes.
The white fibers that you talked about. We've got fingerprints.
Yes.
Which you did. We've got mapping, kind of mapping out of this interaction that took place on that day.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You actually went to 220 Satilla to do some investigation there as well.
Yes, sir.
Right. You work with the ME's office, that would be the medical examiner, and the coroner, right?
Yes.
Okay. And neighborhood canvas. And so the neighborhood canvas is where you go around and you ask questions of all the neighbors to figure out if they know anything.
Yes,
right?
sir.
So this is what you did. Put in the lead detective. Okay. All right. This is what you did. Have I missed anything in terms of the type of work that you did, generally speaking?
No, sir, I don't think so.
Okay, very good. You were asked a lot of questions about Mr. Bryan's description of his interaction with Mr. Arbery. You call that?
Yes.
And just to note a little bit of what he was describing about his interaction, there was this one thing that you noted where he yells out, "Y'all got him." Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. There's nothing that Mr. Bryan told you that led you to believe that Travis or Greg even heard him say this.
That's correct.
Or that there was any kind of communication with him about this, right?
Yes.
So if I put down here no communication, by T and G, you would agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. The time where he says that Robert Bryan says he changed direction and changed his angle. You recall that? I know he said that a couple
Several times, yes, sir.
I'm an old science major, so I use the delta for change and about the angle. Again, no communication with Travis or Greg about this thing.
Correct.
Okay. Talking about we're still in this particular area, and for a second time he steers or does some movement where Mr. Arbery goes and steps off the road, right? So if I say steer off-road, again, no communication with Travis or Greg about that.
Correct.
Now, when he says that, again, Mr. Arbery was trying to get into the truck and he pulled away from him, do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Trying to get in, pulls away. Again, no communication with Travis or Greg about that.
Correct.
By communication, I mean no phone calls, no hand signals, nothing.
No, sir.
Essentially, then it's your understanding that Mr. Bryan says that Mr. Arbery begins to run up Holmes Road and he begins to then follow at that point. You recall that?
Yes.
All right, so we'll just call that up Holmes and follow. Again, no communication by Travis or Greg about that.
No, sir, not that I'm aware of.
All right. And then when he turns around, Mr. Bryan discusses, he's turning around, he's trying to back up, and he heads back in the other direction. So let's just call this turnaround on Holmes. Again, no evidence that he was in communication with Travis or Greg.
No, sir.
You were asked a question about the white fibers on the truck.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And they were on that sort of plastic strip area.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to put back up Exhibit 214 for you to take a look at. Talking about these white fibers.
Yes, sir.
Up here, we have a little bit more of a close-up around here.
Mr. Sheffield,
Yes, ma'am.
I can't see that as well.
All right. Yep. I'm going to need some help. I got it. My three leg has become a two. Let's go. Yeah, I'm going to ask Mr. Rubin to stand here and hold this for a moment.
35 years of practicing law.
This is what he's been reduced to. Hold the pole. I think what you said about these fibers, though, is that they were located kind of above a dent.
Yes.
Okay. You were asked whether or not it appeared that those things could have happened at the same time, meaning the dent and the fibers.
Yes.
You have zero evidence to suggest to you when that dent happened, right?
I believe Mr. Bryan said it wasn't there prior to this incident.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
But you don't know when the dent was made?
No, sir.
Or when the fibers were made?
No, sir.
So it's hard for you to conclude that the dent and the fibers happened at the same time?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now, you did do some print collection.
Yes.
Talked about that. I'm actually going to need this, and I don't want you to have to stand up here. Let me use the gold one. Yeah. The prints that you collected, obviously you were told that there was some kind of interaction between Mr. Arbery and the truck, and so then you kind of focused in on whether or not you could determine whether there were usable latent prints on the truck, right?
Yes, sir.
Latent prints, we've learned a little bit about it, meaning left there on the surface, not sure who they belong to, but they're there for collection purposes.
Yes, sir.
Right? And one of the things that you can do with prints is as you look at them, you can try to begin to get an idea of how the hand was oriented when it touched the object, right?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. Depending on if there's multiple parts of the hand leaving impressions on something, then you might be able to tell how the hand was oriented when it touched the object.
Yes.
Right? And in this case, you've got not only a kind of a palm print, but also a thumb print. You recall
Objection, Judge. Mr. Lowry did not test the smudges in this case, so lack of personal knowledge to that.
He lifted the prints off the truck.
Not sure how to describe it though. I mean, he said he lifted print. I've heard of palm print. Maybe we just need to clarify that.
Thank you. I'm asking him the questions.
Could you repeat it, sir?
Sure. I'll show you. Looking here at State's Exhibit 22006. Let's start with this one. This is State's Exhibit 201. All right. As you lean into your monitor there, can you begin to see that there is a smudge here? You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And can you see also that there is a smudge here?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you took it upon yourself to collect these smudges here and here. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the first smudge is what appears to be a palm print.
Objection, Your Honor. He did not test these smudges to see what they were.
Have you gotten the results back from the lab about what these are?
He can't speak to that, Your Honor.
I'm just asking if you got the results.
Go ahead.
You gotten the results back from the lab of what it is?
Yeah, but I don't remember what they were. I think there was no match on either of them.
Oh. Did you say that you collected a palm print?
I don't know.
You haven't testified that you collected a palm print from the truck?
I might have, sir. I've been up here a while. I don't remember what I said.
Okay, fair enough. All right, but it was your understanding that these could be prints from Mr. Arbery, which is why you collected them?
Yes.
Okay. And in looking at this now, or when you were collecting it then, did you have any kind of thought as to what that might be?
Objection, Your Honor, to relevance about what he thought it might be. It was tested at some point.
So we took the picture for a reason. You can explain why.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
Mr. Sheffield, I thought it was some sort of palm just because it was bigger than fingerprints would be.
And then you took a collection of this because you thought it was a
digit of some sort.
Some kind of a digit, right? Okay. Are you at any point trying to do an analysis of how that, we'll call it a suspected palm print and suspected digit got there? Are you trying to come to figure that out in any way?
Yeah, just trying to look at it while it was there and processing it, but the only way I could, I guess, envision would be something like hand upside down, but I'm not a fingerprint expert.
Yeah.
That's just my own imagination at face value looking at it while I was there.
All right. It's possible, or it's consistent, is it not, with your experience in collecting these types of things, that this could be a palm print and that could be, let's say, a thumbprint.
Objection to asked and answered, Your Honor.
Well, I'm talking about the orientation.
I understand. So overall,
it could be, yes.
It could be, right? It could be that if this is the door jamb here, this is the door jamb here, that the hand is like this. That's a consistent explanation. That's one explanation.
I don't know. I don't think so.
You don't think so?
The larger print on the side, it looks like it's up much higher than that. I don't think it would be upright. But again, though, I'm speculating at this. That's not.
Okay, well, we're trying to get into your mind as you're trying to figure this all out.
Yeah.
Okay, but at least it could be its own independent print of a digit.
It could be.
Including a thumb.
Yes.
Okay. This is a closer picture of it. This is 206. Again, do you see that where we were talking about what we think might be a palm print, and then this right here, what could be a digit print?
Yes.
See it there in that one too? Okay. Did you notice when you were examining the truck, I'm going to show you again 201.
Okay.
You can look real close at it, and maybe I'll do this. Let me bring the photograph to you. You could look closely at 201, right up here at this part of the door. I want you to take a look at it and put it back.
Okay.
Do you see what could be smudges up there as well?
I do.
Did you fingerprint or print those?
I don't remember the specific sections that I printed. If I saw it and knew it was there, I collected it.
Okay.
But I can't remember specifically if I took anything from that pillar. I think that might have been one of the photos.
You think that might be one? How can you be sure whether or not you collected that or not?
I think on the fingerprint cards, it would have had sort of a legend, like a map on the car where it would have been collected.
You created those fingerprint cards?
I didn't create them. I just filled them out.
That's what I meant.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, you manufacture the paper and press it and do all that stuff. All right, but this is what we're talking about up here, are these smudges.
Yes.
Okay. So if you collected it, then it should be documented somewhere.
Yes.
Very good. Okay. And the information that I believe that you had in terms of making this potentially relevant to your investigation is you were testifying, I think, earlier that Mr. Bryan was saying that Mr. Arbery was coming for his door.
Yes.
Actually, on page 18, lines 10 through 13, do you still have your transcript?
It's on the corner of the table there.
Is this it right here?
Yes, sir.
Got page 18 there for you. He's kind of describing this moment to you, right?
Yes.
He says, I probably got past him a little bit, and he comes up on me, right? And I could see him in my mirror, and he was coming for the door. Is that what he says?
Can you give me the line number you were reading?
I think it's 10 through 13.
Okay.
I probably got past him a little.
Yes, that's what he says.
He's coming up on me.
Yes.
He was coming for the door, and I seen his hands on right behind the door, right?
Yes.
So this informs you that these prints that we just looked at could be highly relevant to his claim that Mr. Arbery was trying to get into his truck.
Yes.
Right. Did you check for prints on the other side of the truck?
I think I did a walk over it, but that was the side that Mr. Bryan indicated to me that contact was made, so I kind of focused my efforts there.
Okay. I want to ask you again, do you recall whether or not you had ever decided that that one finger smudge that we think could be a finger smudge was actually a thumbprint? Do you recall having that opinion or thinking that?
I don't recall.
Oh. Sorry. Refresh your memory with this document, see if it does. And what I'd like for you to do, thank you for stepping down,
no problem,
is see if this refreshes your memory as the lead agent in the case about whether or not you were working to determine if that was a right thumbprint. And I want you to read it. I don't want to. Okay. Yeah, to see if that clarifies anything in your memory.
Yeah.
Don't read it. Okay. Just see if it refreshes your memory to see whether or not you were considering that that could be a thumbprint or a right thumbprint specifically.
Yes.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay, so one of the things that you considered is that this print next to this, what we could think is a palm print, could actually be the right thumb of Mr. Ahmaud Arbery.
Based on that,
if it refreshes your memory that that is what you were considering.
That wasn't mine. That was just someone else's suggestion that completed that.
I got it. But you're a lead investigator, so one of the things that we're working through is that you consider that could be his.
Objection, Your Honor. He just said that that was not his report. That was someone else's.
It was just used to
So no
refresh.
personal knowledge.
Did you finish your question?
Yeah. That as part of you being a lead investigator, and so I'm going to backtrack to help make it relevant, that you are relying on others to do work that comes back to you.
Yes.
Okay. And in the inquiry about whether or not this could be the right thumbprint, you said, I don't recall.
Yes.
I've showed you a document to see if it refreshes your memory that that is a subject that you were thinking and considering. Has it refreshed your memory?
Yes.
And did you consider that that was the right thumbprint of Ahmaud Arbery?
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Yes, sir.
I think you've already gone. Okay. Let me just get my stuff out of the way.
Any redirect?
Just briefly, Judge. So that report that was just shown to you, Mr. Lowry, whose report was that?
That was Investigator Lowther's.
Did you play any role in authoring that report at all?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so the findings in that report, were they your findings at all?
No, ma'am.
Okay, whose findings were they?
Christopher Lowther.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge.
Thank you. You may step down. You're released for the day, but you are subject to recall.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir.
So I'm ready to move forward, but I also don't want to.
Just put these back.
That's fine. I don't want to cut a witness off too badly. So, does the state have another available witness?
Yes, I believe I have actually two, and I think they'll both be short enough. Well, I'm crossing my fingers, and I think they're going to be short enough for the hour.
Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and stay next witness.
We will call Miss Kelly Parr.
sure where it went.
It was under the bar there.
Mr. Rubin, I was going to tell you to remember not to lock your knees if you're going to stand there too long.
You're going to pass out.
There you go.
Apparently the witnesses are on the other side of the courthouse. Okay. Maybe if we could get somebody to go and check and move the process along. There we go. Thank you for asking.
Let's do it very well. Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat.
Can I take this off?
Yes.
All right, please state your name for the record and spell it, please.
Kelly Parr, Kellieparr.
All right. And please give us the name of your parents.
Randall and Ann Parr.
All right. And are you familiar with the location of 232 Satilla Drive?
Very familiar. I grew up there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I hate to ask you, but what years were you there when you grew up?
Oh, no. Let's see. 69 through 85? 86? Yeah.
All right. So, about 85, 86, you left the family home.
To go to college, right.
All right. Did your parents leave at that time?
No. No, they've been there, well, they were there for about 50 years.
Okay. When did they eventually sell the house and move out?
Let's see, July, is that 2019 or 20? Oh gosh, I guess I need to think about that.
Oh, was it during the pandemic or before the pandemic?
Good question. It was during, so it was 2020. That's it.
All right, so you still live in Brunswick-Linn County?
I do, St. Simon's.
All right. And I'm going to direct your attention specifically into the fall of 2019 into the first 2 months of 2020. How often would you go over to your parents' house at 232 Satilla Drive?
Usually about once a week, usually on Sundays.
Okay. What time on Sundays would you usually go over?
Afternoon, 2, we'd stay until 7 or 8 sometimes.
Now, specifically, when you say we, who are you talking about?
Me and my son, my 16-year-old son.
Mm-hmm. And were your parents at this time living alone, just the two of them, at 232 Satilla Drive?
Yes.
All right, so I am going to direct your attention specifically to February 23rd of 2020, that particular Sunday. Were you at 232 Satilla Drive that day?
I was not there that day.
All right. And had you been at the house previous to that, like in the week or two beforehand?
Most likely. Like I said, we usually would go there about once a week on Sundays, so most likely.
All right. So prior to February 23rd of 2020, was there a bullet hole in your parents' front window?
No, definitely not.
All right. Now, on that particular day of February 23rd, 2020, were you talking to your dad on the phone?
I was. And I guess the reason I know that I was not out there, well, for obvious reasons, but also my son's birthday was 2 days later. We made plans to see them Tuesday instead of Sunday. So, yes, I was talking to him on the phone, and he was telling me about what he was seeing out the window. And during the conversation, he said, "Oh my God, there's a hole in the window. It's cracked." And so he kind of was shocked and then hung up and said, "I'll call you back." So, yeah.
Did you ever get over there to see the hole in the window eventually?
I think maybe a week later or a few days later. I'm not sure. I can't remember exactly.
Okay. So prior to you coming in to testify, you and I have met. We've talked.
Right.
Mm-hmm. All right. And did you get to review some photos of the house?
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 105. What is the jury looking at here, State's Exhibit 105?
That's my parents' house, or formerly my parents' house.
All right, so when we're looking at 106, is that the address right there?
232 Satilla Drive, right.
What's the jury looking at there?
That's also the front of my parents' house.
And then was this the window? Window that your father was talking to you about?
Right, that's the one at the far end, the left side of the house as you're looking at it, yeah.
This one or this one?
I believe it was the one on the end there. Yeah, that one, the left one. I think that's the right one.
Now, when we take a look at State's Exhibit 114, and we see this right here, had that hole been there before?
No.
Now, when you're over on Sunday, where do you and your son and your parents generally congregate?
We usually stay in the back of the house in the family room because there's glass doors back there. It looks over the river, so we spend most of the time back there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ever any time here in this front room?
Sometimes we would go in that room. I play music, I play guitar and sing, and my mom does too. So sometimes we would go in that room and sing and play so Dad could watch the TV and we wouldn't bother him.
Right. So what I want to ask you now is, at some point in time prior to February 23rd of 2020, do you recall ever seeing a young man at the construction site that's on the way to your parents' house?
Yes, I do recall that. I'm not exactly sure when it was, if it was maybe December or January. I'm not really sure exactly when it was, but I do remember driving by and I believe it was a Sunday, as usual, afternoon. It was still light outside, and I looked over and I saw someone in the door frame. There wasn't a door there, and he was just standing in the door frame, and we just kind of looked at each other as I drove by.
And was this young man white, black, Asian, or Hispanic?
He was a black man. He was very tall. You want me to keep going?
Well,
describe him?
Sure, go ahead and give the jury description.
He, from what I remember, he had like, I guess they were like basketball shorts on, and I believe high top sneakers and a t-shirt. And yeah, he looked very tall. I remember thinking that because of the door frame, where the location of it over his head.
Do you remember what kind of hair he had?
Hair, I don't remember exactly. I think it was fairly short, maybe a little, I guess, medium length. It's fuzzy, but yeah.
So you were driving your car.
Mm-hmm.
It was still light out.
Right.
Okay. Any idea what time? I mean, you're talking January, December?
Yeah. It was, so it probably was getting darker at that time, so it must have been maybe 4 or 5, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
But still light out?
Still light out, yeah. Not real bright, but it was definitely light out.
Okay. Now, to kind of pin this down, do you remember if it was before Christmas or after Christmas?
That's a good question. I wish I could remember, but I'm just not totally sure. I'm not sure. Yeah. Okay. Most likely after Christmas, because I feel like it was late December, early January. I'm not totally sure.
Okay. And I'm going to show you 126. Would that help with where it was standing?
Right. It was in that door on the right side there, I believe. Yeah.
I'm going to go put it up there so we can.
Okay, yeah, that's good.
All right, so let's look at it. States 126. So I'm just going to point. Was it this door?
Right, that door right there. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And when you drove by, did you make eye contact with him?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any waving or saying hi or anything?
No.
Okay.
I remember having a dialogue in my head. Should I tell you about that? Like just what I thought. I thought I was driving by and I thought, what is he doing in there? And then I thought, no, Kelly, don't be racist. He's probably working on the house. And then I thought, well, no, he doesn't have a tool belt on. So I wonder what he's doing there. Just the whole thing. So we were just looking at each other and I wasn't really sure. And I just, kept driving. So, but that was like a split second thought process in my head, like 1 or 2 seconds. So, yeah, but no. So.
Okay, so tell me about that. So his reaction, he makes eye contact with you, and what does he do?
Yeah, he just looks at me.
Okay.
Yeah, I felt like, I guess I could have waved, but I didn't,
Did he try and duck inside?
No, just looking. Yeah.
Did he run away?
No.
Just stood there?
Just stood there. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you were interviewed, I just want to make sure, on May 7th, 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right, yeah.
Okay. All right. One question? A moment? I'm going to go ahead and pass you over to the defense attorneys. They may have some questions for you.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Parr.
Hi.
Ms. Parr, my name is Bob Rubin, and I represent Travis McMichael.
Mm-hmm.
As I understand it, your parents, do they still live in Satilla Shores?
No, they sold their house in July 2020.
And moved to Florida?
To Jacksonville. Mm-hmm.
Okay. But you grew up there at least for a good number of years, and then went off to college and eventually came back to Glenn County and lived on the island.
Right, exactly.
But you would go check on your parents, celebrate anniversaries, birthdays, holidays. And then just make sure that their general welfare was good.
Right, exactly.
Very close with your parents. How long did they live in Satilla Shores before they moved to Florida?
I believe it was about 50 years. It's a long time.
So they're getting up there in age by 2020 in their 80s.
Right, exactly.
And there came a point where they and you were concerned about crime in the neighborhood.
They had told me a few things had happened, recently or before that, previous to that time,
Previous to February 23rd,
Right,
2020.
right.
And as their daughter, I assume that concerned you as well.
It did, yeah.
Did you ask them to install any surveillance cameras or alarm system or anything like that?
They did actually have an alarm system. They didn't have cameras, but they did have an alarm system that they had been in disrepair for a long time. And then I think maybe 6 months before this happened, they did start it up again. So yeah.
Okay, and that made you feel better as their daughter?
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
So when you would go visit them over the preceding, let's say from February 23rd, 2020 back 12 months, you would go during the evening and then you would go in the daytime, depending on why you were going?
Most of the time it would be in the afternoon, and then we would stay into the early evening.
Okay.
Usually.
And you'd be there, and sometimes you'd be inside celebrating with them or hanging out with them. Sometimes you'd be outside enjoying the weather, going for a walk with them, I assume. You have children?
I do. I have one son.
So sharing your son with them.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Odd way to phrase it. During the times that you were there in Satilla Shores at their house, walking around the neighborhood, would it be fair to say that you never saw Ahmaud Arbery jogging in the neighborhood?
I don't believe so. No, I don't think so.
And when you were interviewed by, I believe it was agents Hamilton and Carnes back in May, if you had seen Mr. Arbery prior to February 23rd, you would have told them.
Well, I did see him. I think it was him in the house, but I didn't. Yeah, right. I would have said.
You would have said, I saw him jogging.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
So the one time that you did see him happened to be this one time in late December and January in the afternoon.
Right.
Right. And you saw a man standing in the door frame without the door at 220 Satilla Drive.
Right.
No tool belt.
No.
No reason you could discern from looking at him why he would be in an empty house.
Right.
That was under construction.
Right. I guess so. Yeah.
Okay. In fact, you checked yourself, but it did cross your mind of why is this guy in that house?
Right. Right.
Was it a weekend?
I think it was a Sunday.
Sunday
so
afternoon.
That's why I was kind of questioning it.
Right.
Yeah.
And then you checked yourself and wanted to make sure you weren't stereotyping or doing
Exactly.
anything.
Exactly.
Got it. Did you talk to your parents about that you saw this man in the house?
I don't think I did. I think I just really drove away thinking, no big deal, I don't think so.
But you were aware of their concerns, not only about crime in the neighborhood, but specifically about break-ins at Mr. English's house.
Okay, let me think about that. I'm trying to think if it was specific to that house, what I had heard. I think I just had heard that it was just general things being stolen. I'm trying to think of when I actually found out about the things at that house being stolen. That's a good question. I think it was more just a general, there had been some things stolen in the neighborhood that made me concerned. I don't know that it was specific to that house.
So at the time you drove by in December, January, you personally were not aware of items being stolen from Mr. English's house?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I know it's a long time.
I'm trying to answer as truthfully as I can. I'm just trying to remember.
I understand.
Yeah.
Did you at some point, I believe it was in June of 2020, meet with Mr. Lee Wilson He's got a mask on. Maybe you can take that off for a second.
Yeah.
Oh, it's on the phone.
What would that, okay, I was going to say, what would that be in reference to? The,
in reference to this case, did you have a
Right.
telephone conversation with Mr. Wilson? Do you remember?
I can't remember. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
That's okay. I know
Yeah.
you're trying.
Sorry.
When you learned about this case and the shooting incident on February 23rd, did you reach out to the Glenn County Police to tell them that you saw a man you were pretty certain was Ahmaud Arbery at that house?
I don't think I reached out. I do think somebody did call me and ask me about that, though. Now that you're saying, I think I remember talking to somebody about it. But I don't think I reached out to anybody. I think they called me because I think they talked to my dad.
Who said talk to Kelly?
Right, who said call me, yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Parr. That's all I had, Your Honor.
Anything from the other defense?
No, Your Honor.
Any redirect from the state?
None from the state.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Is she also subject to recall?
Yes, everyone's.
Everyone's subject to recall. All right. And you can, you're free to leave. You are subject to recall, though.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
From the state.
And this time the state will call Ms. Kara Richardson.
Richardson?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
Raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead and proceed.
Okay.
All right, please state your name and spell it for the record.
Kara Richardson, CARARICHARDSON.
All right, and how are you currently employed?
I'm the director at the Glen Brunswick 911 Center.
All right, what does the Glen Brunswick 911 Center do?
So we process all, we're responsible, we're the primary, well, actually the only PSAP, which is public safety answering point for Glen County. So all 911 calls go through us. And we do all, public safety dispatching as well.
Okay, so what's the difference between public safety dispatching and all the 911 calls that come in?
So the calls are processed by, well, there's a myriad of technology that makes the calls come to us, but essentially we have call takers and we have dispatchers. So we have call takers that process the calls that are inbound and dispatchers that will send the appropriate response out.
Okay, so that I'm clear, if I'm the 911 operator, I'm taking the call for somebody who's calling in for an emergency, right?
Right.
am I also at that time sort of typing in stuff into the report, or am I dictating it to somebody else, or how's this work?
Right. So we don't do an actual report. We do a record of call, which is, you know, it's a public record of an inbound call. And the police officers or fire department, the respective agencies will do a report based off of the audio, their observations, and the notes in these calls. So yes, that's what happens.
So someone, so say someone calls in, is someone typing this in?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the dispatcher person, are they the one who's now going, hey, EMS, you need to go here, or fire, you need to go there?
Sometimes, if we're busy. If we're busy, everybody can answer the radio, the phone and or the radio, but we try to keep the respective, particularly the police dispatchers, off the phones. But if we have an accident on 995 or something like that where we get inundated with calls, anybody can be answering that and directing responders at the same time.
Gotcha. And you oversee this entire process?
Yes.
All right. Are you also the custodian of record for these records generated from the 911 call center?
Yes.
And within the 911 call center, how many people generally work a shift, like a daytime shift?
We have to have a minimum of 6 on the floor, but we typically have between 6 and 8.
And as part of the record keeping in the normal course of business for the Glen Brunswick 911 Center, do you keep both the written record as well as the audio file?
We do.
All right. And the audio file is basically what? The 911 caller and the person receiving the call?
Correct. We also have audio files of radio traffic that we keep on record as well.
All right. So prior to coming to court today, have we met?
We have.
All right. And have we also kind of gone over the relevant 911 calls that were given to the GBI in regard to the investigation into the homicide of Ahmaud Arbery?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And if you had the opportunity to review those calls as well as review the CAD reports?
Yes, ma'am.
And any extractions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's go ahead and at this time, for expediency's sake, the state is going to tender States Exhibit 141 and 142. The 911 call from February 23rd, 2020, made by Matt Albenze.
Which one is, I'm sorry, just which one is his?
Sure. 141 and 142, 141 being the audio call for 911 for Matt Albenze on February 23rd, 2020, and 142 being the associated CAD report.
Got it. No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Next, the state will tender into evidence States Exhibit 144, being the 911 call by Greg McMichael from February 23rd, 2020, and the associated CAD report 145, 911 CAD report for Greg McMichael. In addition, States Exhibit 146, the sequential export extraction from that CAD report.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Admitted.
The state will tender into evidence as States Exhibit 147, the 911 call made by Greg McMichael from July 13th of 2019, along with 148, the associated CAD report.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Submitted.
The state will tender into evidence States Exhibit 149, 150, and 151. The 911 call by Larry English from October 25th, 2019, parts 1 and 2, along with the associated CAD report at 151.
149 and 150 are the two calls on 1025.
Correct.
Okay. No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
They're admitted.
State will tender into evidence States Exhibit 153, 154 and 155 being the 911 calls from Larry English from November 17th of 2019, along with the associated CAD report, States Exhibit 156.
Oh, I got you. 156 is 3 calls. Got you. Okay, no objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Admitted.
The state will tender into evidence at States Exhibit 157, the 911 call by Larry English from November 18th, 2019, along with the associated CAD report, 158.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Admitted.
The state will tender into evidence States Exhibit 159 and the associated CAD report at 160 of the 911 call by Larry English from December 1st, 2019.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Right. And the state will tender in as States Exhibit 161, the 911 call by Travis McMichael from January 1st of 2020, and 162, the associated CAD report.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Admitted.
In addition, the state will tender into evidence at States 163, the 911 call by Travis McMichael from February 11th, 2020, and the associated CAD report as States Exhibit 164.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
Admitted.
All right, so Ms. Richardson, if I live in Brunswick and or Glenn County and I call 911, how does it get to you?
If you call from a most of our calls are now wireless, it'll hit off of a tower, and it's supposed to route you to the appropriate PSAP. So if you live on the county line, there is a chance sometimes that you might hit Camden, but for the most part, they're routed as they should be.
All right, so if somebody is a tourist and they're out on St. Simon's Island and they want to dial 911 for something in Savannah, that's not going to work, right?
It doesn't work that way.
Okay, they're going to get 911 here in St. Simon's and or Glenn County.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, is there also a non-emergency line that can be called in order to get to basically the police to report something?
There is.
Right? And so if someone were to call that non-emergency line, would they go to the exact same dispatch location?
It depends. If they're calling the 3645 number, which is our primary non-emergency number because we are a separate entity, it will go directly to us. Some of the departments will forward their calls to us after hours, so it does get forwarded to us, but for the most part, they're going to be answering their own calls during normal, their non-emergency calls during normal work hours.
So somebody calls Brunswick PD just directly, but no one's there to pick up, it could get routed to you.
Right.
Right. Now, if somebody is, for instance, in Douglas, Georgia, okay, but they want to call about something that's happening in Glenn County, do they call 911 in Douglas, they're going to get Douglas, right?
Correct.
So they need to call a non-emergency line to get to dispatch.
Right, and just to clarify, the only time that could happen is if you are on a VoIP, because VoIP will basically bring to 911 the location that you're registered at. So that's the only exception, and of course landlines are a direct, they'll go directly to the PSAP, the respective PSAP.
All right, so if I'm on a landline and in my house in St. Simon's, that's just going to automatically tell you where I am, and that's where you're going to assume the emergency's at.
Yes, ma'am.
Got it. Okay. All right, so first thing I want to go ahead and take a look at is going to be States Exhibit. I'm going to have you look at 142 and 143. All right. Take a look at 143 and 142, and go ahead and tell us what the difference is between those two documents. Okay.
Okay, this is the computer. This is when we enter something into we're basically telling a story when we enter anything into CAD, which is their computer-aided dispatch, and it's a chronological story of events as we are told they're unfolding or happening. So this is a CAD report, and this is going to be the script that is annotated along with.
Can you let us know when you say this, what's the document number that you're referring to?
142, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. So 142 is the story.
It is. And 143 is going to be, I can't remember the specific name of this, but this is what comes with when we download our audio from our, I'm sorry, our recorder.
Okay.
My apologies. Yeah.
That's okay. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and take states 142 and 143 back from you.
I don't know that has a technical name, but.
Okay. So what we've got, so the jury can kind of see this, is 142.
I'm sorry, Ms. Duncastle.
Sure.
You might just get 143. I don't have it listed as you tendering it.
Yeah.
Oh, I apologize. If I failed to tender 143, the state will tender State's Exhibit 143 as the sequential export of the CAD report 142, being the recording from 141.
Yes, ma'am.
No objection. No objection.
So when we're looking here at the CAD report, we end up first with what right here? What is this, a call number? What is that?
That's your nature. Oh, yes, that's a call number.
Okay. And then what's the nature?
The nature is suspicious person, activity, package,
Right.
all encompassing vehicle.
And then when we're looking down here, in this particular instance, what is the date we're looking at in State's Exhibit 142?
2/23 of 2020.
And then what is the time?
13/08/24.
Is that military time?
It is.
All right. And who is our caller?
Matt.
And so when we then look down below, this is just something someone else typed in as they were speaking with Mr. Albense.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So then when we look at 143, which is the export, does this give us the same date and time right here?
It does.
And then what's DUR?
The duration, I believe, that's the duration of the call.
All right. And then it says it came into Glenn County, Maine. What does that mean?
So that actually that didn't come from 911 line, that came into our main line.
Right.
So our non-emergency line.
Non-emergency line.
Mm-hmm.
So then directing your attention to States 145. States 145, is that the exact same call number as the previous one as well? I'll put them up so that you can see them.
Please.
So, is that the exact same call number?
It is.
Okay. So, when two people end up calling in minutes apart, but it seems to be about the same incident, does it end up on the same CAD report?
Typically, yes.
Okay.
Unless it's hard to determine if that in fact is the same incident that's going on.
So for instance, you can have a mile apart two car wrecks that have
Yes.
nothing to do with each other.
Right.
Okay. But in this case, we have this combined CAD report.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so when we look at this and we go down here, we actually have right here, what are those words?
Another caller.
All right, so just so I know, this typing is related to this time and date?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so then this typing would be related to that time and date?
Yes, ma'am.
And then another caller that would be related to this time and date?
Correct.
Okay, so I got a question for you here. This time and date says 13/15/48, right?
Mm-hmm.
right, and it's being taken in by P. Parker. Who's that?
Philip Parker, he's one of our...
One of your 911 people?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, but when we look at State's Exhibit 146, all right, related to the specific phone call from Greg McMichael, what time do we actually have right there?
13:14:09.
All right, and what was the duration on that?
4 minutes, 46 seconds.
Okay. Why is there a discrepancy showing this as a 13:14:09 call versus this one where it says another caller at 14:15:48?
Right. So I believe what happened, and again, they don't necessarily remember exactly what they do with the thousands of calls they process. But when that caller called in, he was naming that he was in a neighborhood. So we don't create a record of call. We can't really create a record of call without having a good idea of the location. And the location's got to go in and validate it along with the nature of call before that call is created. And I think what happened and what he believes happened is when he was trying to get where that was at, he realized, okay, this is related to this call. And so instead of going with that particular CAD event, he went ahead and put the information in the existing record of call.
Okay, so there was a time delay between the, hey, this is coming in at 13:14:09, and hey, I think it's related to this, so there's a later time when he actually types it in.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, but they got associated.
Correct.
At this time, the state is going to publish State's Exhibit 144.
Hello. 911, what's the address of your emergency?
I'm out here at Satilla Shores. There's a black male running down the street.
Satilla, where at Satilla Shores?
I don't know what street we're on. Stop right there! Is it? Stop! Travis!
Sir, hello, sir. Sir, where you at? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Stopping that at 1 minute in. The noises and voices we hear in the background of that dun dun dun, where's that from?
That's from inside the center.
Okay. Does anyone ever come back on the line in this call?
No, ma'am.
Moving forward now to State's Exhibit 148 and 147. Let's take a look at 148. So what is our call number up here on State's Exhibit 148?
887230.
And what date do we have?
7/13 of 2019.
And what time?
18/14/10.
All right. And is this Mr. Parker taking this again?
It is.
And what address do we have making the 911 call?
230 Satilla Drive.
And who is the person calling?
Greg McMichael.
This time, the state will publish 147.
Glen Brunswick Communications, Operator 924. How may I assist you?
Hey, this is Greg McMichael. I'm a retired chief investigator with the DA's office. Is there anybody, supervisor available I might be able to speak to?
Sure, just a moment. And are you talking the dispatch supervisor or police supervisor?
Police supervisor, yeah. Anybody on duty be fine. I wanted to make them aware.
Okay, and all right, and what was your name?
Greg McMichael.
Okay, and a contact number for you?
912-217-1726. They can call me back if
okay, and your address, sir?
230 Satilla Drive. We've had a lot of break-ins in this area out here, automobile break-ins. And my son and I just discovered a guy. We think he may be living under the Bluff Creek Bridge on 17. We just went up there and made contact with him. Real shady-looking fella. And he, possibility he may be the one that's been breaking into all these automobiles out there at night. Just wanted to make somebody aware there was somebody living under there.
Hello? And you want to talk to the supervisor or any police officer?
Yeah, or any police officer would be fine.
Okay, just I'll have somebody give you a call. Now, when they give you a call, it's going to come in as blocked, unknown, or unregistered, so be prepared to answer that, okay, at 912-217-1726.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Now, in regard to State's Exhibit 161 and 162. Looking at 162 right now. What is our call number?
989180.
And what is our date?
It is 1/1/2020.
What time?
11:05:39.
And what is the location of the call?
230 Satilla Drive.
And who's making the call?
Travis McMichael.
At this time, the state will publish State's Exhibit 161.
Glen Brunswick Communications, Operator 915.
Hey, yes, I need a police officer. I got a report of made a report of stolen stuff.
You what, sir?
I need a police officer. I need to report a stolen pistol.
Okay, and what's the address it was stolen from?
230 Satilla Drive.
It's 230 Satilla Drive, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And your name?
Travis McMichael.
Phone number, Mr. McMichael?
912-423-1374.
What kind of gun was it, sir?
It was a Smith & Wesson M&P 9mm.
And when did it get stolen?
I'm assuming about an hour ago.
Okay, where was it when it got stolen?
It was in my truck. It was in my truck on the side of the road here.
Yes, sir. You see on the side of the road?
Yeah, right here at the house. Or actually in the barn, but
Do you have the serial number for it by any chance or paperwork on it?
I don't. I can get it tomorrow, but I don't have it right now. Oh man, I might have something somewhere around here, right in my gun safe. Where I might have it. I'll look for it when I go.
You say they took it today, or?
I'm pretty certain this was within an hour. My father moved my truck for me. He moved the truck for me. I came out an hour later, and the holster was sitting in my seat. So I made sure I'm pretty certain they stole it.
Yes, sir. And what kind of truck was it stolen out of?
A 2011 Ford F-150, regular gas.
Did they take anything else out of your truck, sir?
No, ma'am.
And what color is the truck?
Red.
All right, I put it in for you so they have officer come out.
All right, I'll be out here waiting.
Yes, sir.
All right, happy New Year.
Same to you, sir.
And then directing your attention to State's Exhibit 163 and 164. What is our call number?
1012164.
All right. And what date and time do we have?
1927-13 at February 11, 2020.
And what location?
220 Satilla Drive.
And who is making the phone call?
Travis McMichael.
Right. And what is this address here?
That's the lat long that is affiliated with the phone, so he called 911 from a cell phone.
From his cell phone. All right. This time the state will publish State's Exhibit 163.
911, what's the address of your emergency?
Satilla Drive, 230 Satilla Drive.
What's going on?
We've had a string of burglaries. I was leaving the neighborhood, and I just caught a guy running into a house being built 2 houses down from me. When I turned around, he took off running into the house.
Okay. What did he look like?
It's a black male, red shirt, white shorts.
And you said the house was being built?
It's being built, yes ma'am. It's vacant right now. He is in the house.
What's your name and phone number, sir?
Travis McMichael, 912-423-1374.
All right. Where are you at now?
I am sitting right across the street in my truck, watching the house. Watching the house with it right now. Right here at the trailer.
Okay. What kind of truck are you in?
A red Ford F-150.
Okay. Are you okay?
Yeah. It just startled me. When I turned around and saw him and backed up, he reached into his pocket and ran into the house. So I don't know if he's armed or not, but he looked like he was acting like he was. So, be mindful of that.
Okay. Which pocket did he reach into?
Left, I believe.
Okay. And now, so 230 is the vacant lot address?
It's my address.
It's your address?
It's probably 228 or 226.
Maybe 226?
Possibly.
How many houses down is it from yours?
It's 2 towards the highway. I guess he doesn't realize we're here. He's got the damn lights on right now. He's got a flashlight going through the house.
And does he? Okay. You just stay where you're at so that the officers will know.
Will do.
Okay. And I'll stay on the line with you until they get there, just in case anything changes.
Roger that.
So you said he was a black male. Did he have hair on his head? Any other features you can tell me about?
I couldn't tell.
Okay.
He just looked like short hair.
Okay. Was he tall, short?
Yeah, he was tall, probably about 6 foot.
Okay.
There's the neighbors. I guess if one of the other neighbors saw it. There's about 4 of us over here around it right now.
Okay. So what happened when you first saw him?
He's trying to sneak behind a bush. He was coming through somebody's yard, and I looked back, and he was trying to sneak behind a bush. And when I drove on by, he got behind a portal that they had to it. And when I backed up, he looked at me. I went ahead and backed up to the road, and he reached in his pockets. I kind of watched him, and he ran off into the house, and then stepped back out and went back into the house, and that's when I called y'all.
Okay.
But we've been having a lot of burglaries and break-ins around here lately, and I had a pistol stolen January 1st, actually. And I've never seen this guy before in the neighborhood. We've been kind of keeping an eye, and sure enough, there's one, through the yards, Cops. All right, please see me.
You see him?
Yep, they're pulling up, coming in hot.
Okay. You can go ahead and let me go, okay?
All right.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
have 1 moment. I will go ahead and pass the witness.
Ms. Richardson.
Yes, ma'am.
As the custodian of records for the public safety dispatch, and this may seem like an obvious question to you, is there any mechanism by which you collect or record phone calls that people make directly to officers?
There is not.
And are you aware of officers who give out their cell phone numbers to members of different Bakers, residents in those different patrol areas?
No, ma'am, I'm not aware.
Okay, so there isn't anything. If an individual were not to call the regular Glynn County PD number, non-emergency, or 911, those phone calls would not be collected in any place that you care for.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
Correct.
you.
Yes,
I appreciate it.
Anything from the additional defendants?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor. Any redirect on that point?
No, Judge.
All right. All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Is she subject to recall?
Yes.
All right. Ma'am, you're free to go today. You are subject to recall.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're at a good breaking point for the day. So we're going to go ahead and recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. During the break, again, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You're probably going to start saying it with me soon, right? Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anybody else. Don't go looking for any information about the case. If anybody approaches you about the case, please notify the court immediately upon your return to the court, and we'll see whether that needs to be addressed. So again, don't go looking for any information. Don't go picking up newspapers or news feeds or social media or whatever it is that may be out there. With those instructions, and again, all of the instructions I've given you, thank you again for your service today. It is appreciated. You're free to go, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
All right for the jury.
Oh. No problem, Karen.
Please.
Anything from the state before we recess?
No, just a scheduling update for the court if the court would like one.
Okay, let me get around real quick. Anything from the from Travis McMichael?
No, Your Honor.
From Greg McMichael?
No, Your Honor.
From Mr. Brown?
I take it none of the jurors had an issue with Veterans Day? Then we have nothing.
All right, scheduling from the state.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe that we will, I know this is going to be hard to believe, we have a stipulation and it's in writing and signed by everyone, which we will publish first thing tomorrow morning, and then segue into, I believe, Larry English's deposition. We have reviewed the timing on the deposition. It is in 3 separate videos, but it totals about 3 hours and 45 minutes. So I want the court to be aware of that. Mr. Camarillo will be handling that, and what we're probably going to do is have him seated more here because he needs to be able to put up the evidence at the same time on the split screen for the jury, and we've coordinated that as well. So that's, I just wanted the court to be aware, that's why he's probably going to move his chair up and sit here. And that we'll see how that that day goes with our technology tomorrow, and I just wanted the court to be aware of that lengthy deposition presentation.
Okay, so we're going to start in a minute. Sounds like we'll have to break probably in the middle of it for lunch. But
It's my understanding, Your Honor, that when Mr. Camarillo plays the video, plays the 911 calls. We have a transcript for the jurors for each of those calls. There's five or six calls, I guess. These are transcripts created by the district attorney's office that we've all read and reviewed and agreed upon. I've just asked the court, what's the best way to?
I'm trying to think. Normally I charge juries on transcripts, and I'll tell you the charge and see if it fits. Normally, and again, this is just generally, so I'll run through it. Some of it may not apply. At this time, so I'm going to have to probably give them the charge before we get into it, but at some point during the deposition, you're going to hear a recorded statement. In this case, the only recorded statement we're talking about are the 911 calls? That's correct. Okay. This is proper evidence for you to consider. Please listen to it very carefully. I'm going to allow you to have a transcript of the recording. So are we actually giving them a transcript of the recording?
Yes, we made 20 copies.
Okay. I'm going to allow you to have a transcript of the recording prepared by the state.
I think it's a joint exhibit.
Okay, prepared by, and maybe I'll go, let me just get through this. It's just a general idea. To help you identify speakers and as a guide to help you listen to the recording. If you believe at any point that the transcript says something different from what you hear on the recording, remember it is the recording that is the evidence, not the transcript. At any time there is a variation between the recording and the transcript, you must be guided solely by what you hear on the recording and not by what you see in the transcript. Please do, and please do not read ahead. That's generally the charge I give them. I'll tailor that. If there's no objection to using that, I'll go ahead and give that to them.
No objection from the state.
I have no objection.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Well, let's tailor that in the morning then. Okay.
I don't think there's anything else.
Do we have any idea of what we're doing for the rest of the afternoon?
To the state, I'll let you all talk about it if you want to talk about it.
We'll figure it out.
Is the court planning to start discussing the charge issues at any point this week?
I don't know where we are with the evidence. I have not made that plan yet, no. We're still preparing a draft charge, so the court's still working on everything that was given to the court.
Well, one of the reasons I'm asking is because I'm anticipating that by the end of the week, we're going to be doing motions for directed verdict. And
I'm not going to talk about the schedule. I don't need to talk about the schedule on the record at this point. Depending on where we are towards the end of the week, I may ask the state where we are. But at this point, just to be clear, we're still in the presentation of evidence. I understood that it would take at least a week, possibly two, for the state to get its evidence up. I've got a draft charge that I'm working on and will continue to do so. So any insight I can get, but at this point I need to start putting on the record where we are with the evidence and what we're expecting time-wise. I'm not sure that that's necessary at this point. All right. Thank you, everybody. Based on all of that, then, we are in recess. We will reconvene at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Have a good evening.
Well, there you have it. And you know, tomorrow's gonna be day 5. We're gonna be going in about it. I don't know. What do y'all think so far? That's what I want to know. What do y'all think so far? Do y'all think
we buy so many different things online? So why not tires? Visit TireRack.com/Pirelli to shop the full line of Pirelli.
Do y'all think that Ahmaud Arbery's defense and prosecutors are doing a good job? What do y'all think? It's weird to me. I gotta look at some of y'all comments. Let me see. He probably did. He haven't yet, but he almost there. You just keep trying to judge patience. The judge almost said something that he stopped and took a deep breath. Whoa. The judge won't call that man in the side room. I was saying he probably did in his mind because I can see the frustration on his face. Wow. Well, I'm gonna give y'all an update on the Rittenhour case. The lawyer almost called a mistrial today. I'm gonna show that when I go live later on. It's 5:12. I'll be going live at 7:30. All right. Y'all be blessed. I'll see y'all back then. All right. Peace.
What you gonna do now? Hope you're ready, 'cause I'm really about to put it down. I will never be freezing you. Not tomorrow, but tonight I wanna spend it you. That ass down, down.